It's a free flow chart for you, Jim. Eric Berger and Tim Buzzer are doing an AMA about the early days of SpaceX. Right. Okay, here, check this out. Check this while Kerbal is loading up. Wait for it. Neat, Forge. All right. Start here. Team or driver? Driver. Do you like being hated? Yes. That's a bit. Driver. Do you like being hated? No. Are you Dutch? Yes. Max Verstappen. Are you Dutch? No. You go to a store to buy a cooling fan for your PC. What do you say to the stuff there as you're leaving? Blah. Kimmy. Grazie. Seb. Thank you. Do you like drivers from the Twitch squad? Yes. Even if your driver's not on the grid? Yes. Alex Albon. No. Do you like wearing shirts? No. George. Do you like wearing shirts? Yes. Do you prefer milk or bananas? Bananas. Charles Leclerc. Milk. Lando Norris. This is great. Oh, man. Here, I'll link up this flowchart in chat. Or Brimo, link it up in chat if you could. This is great. Here, I'll link it. I'll throw it in there. Check this out. It's a Reddit thread on our Formula 1. Do you like being hated? Yes, Mazepin. Do you want to root for a championship caliber team? Yes. When do you want your team to become champions? Now, Mercedes. Next year. Oh, no. No. Maybe. Red Bull. Do you want to root for a championship team? No. Do you want to support a historical team? Yes. Do you like sports cars? Yes. McLaren. Oh. Do you want to support a historical team? Don't know, Alpine. Do you want to support a historical team? No. What do you think of fathers buying teams for... Oh. Drivers must earn their right to be sacked. Love the dedication. Do you care about public opinion? Yes. Aston Martin. Niet. Oh my goodness. I don't like this at all. I don't like this flowchart at all. Screw that. Screw that flowchart. Screw that flowchart, man. No. All right, let me get the music up and running here. I think I don't like this at all. It goes over there. All right. Did you have the time to watch Drive to Survive? Brimo and I got to watch episode 1 last night. That's about it. Scout mission. Yeah. So where we last left off, I had the dartboard collapse and crush 3 of my shuttles, so I had to take the shuttles out of it, and I promptly put 3 of them right here. They're sitting by the pad. We have to rethink how we're going to store the darts, but I also need a dart ready for the Luna mission very soon. Today, I think chat, in their has gotten into barking orders mode, so we want to do a scout mission to the moon to scout out another launch site. That's fine. Have you seen the new LEGO Space Shuttle? We just watched the video about it, Repip. Sure. Yeah, it's great. Alright, so we recently did rotate crews. The Pathfinder crew and the Liberty 4 crew is back down on the ground after spending about a year and a half up there. They were supposed to stay there for 150 days. Mistakes were made. But now we have another crew up there ready to go. Doing science, so let's do our time warps for the day. The best question in the flowchart is, are you Dutch? I don't think it is. I think you're being biased. Okay, we're at 160. Perfect. Alright, so I'm going to go up to the space station here. We're going to grab some science off of it. Excuse me, one hob. What's up, lady? It's either Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday, depending on, well, stuff. So there we go. See, we have Voyager, the newest dart, up here. Yeah, that's right, Canadian. Mm-hmm. And the crew is aboard Liberty 5, cranking out science there. 26 science, I will be taking that, thank you. We have 690 science here. What about over here? There's a little bit. We'll transmit. Oh no, nothing useful enough. So, can we level up the Kerbals? Nope. Yeah, we got a lot of science. After the Luna missions, we're definitely going to... yeah, we're definitely going to do a lot of work here in terms of unlocking science and upgrading propulsion systems and pads. If I play my cards right, we should have enough money to upgrade the pad and upgrade a lot of boosters. The Freedom series of rockets will be seeing a big upgrade very soon. I'm great, Lady Hot Ice. How are you? Yeah, there you go, Canadian, right? It is cool to watch, man. You're watching history, dude. No, we need 1.5 million to upgrade the pad. That blue, what that does is increase our part count. That's actually not my bottleneck right now. Part count isn't my bottleneck, believe it or not. I know it. The older viewers would be like, wait, what did you just say? It's actually the pad that you need to upgrade to increase the size of the rocket. I didn't really realize that until I checked it the other day. Here's the thing about upgrading the pad versus upgrading the VAB, right? It's 500 grand, 560 G's. That's it. So I'm actually pretty damn close. I actually could have upgraded the pad when you guys first funded the Luna program, and I probably should have checked. But it is what it is. So yeah, we're really close from seeing like a huge increase in lifters and whatnot, like lifter capacity. I'll still probably operate the Freedom rockets for a little while, just because, especially Freedom 7 with Dart. Yeah, that's gonna stay like that for a little bit. We need to do some commercial missions then. Well, upgrading the infrastructure is not, I don't need that. We've proven all the pathways to get to the moon green, so that's not something I'm going to do exactly just yet. If I could do that and work on the missions, that would be more useful. Right? Like, that would be the right way to do this. Alright, so let's go over here. Let's see if, with that being said, we need to launch a scout mission to the moon. We're going to launch the Scout 2 mission. Scout 2 is going to investigate some of our other landing sites around the moon here. Now, with the Leopard 2 satellite, we were able to scout out a couple of different landing sites that are on the near side of the moon with anomalies near them to get more science. The first one where we landed up there, where Scout 1 it's still operating up there. Lady Hot Ice 3-month resub is where we landed the first mission. For this mission, for this landing site, I want something that's closer to the equatorial plane of the moon. So I think we're gonna land. We could choose Site 2 or Site 1. But what we got to do is send Scout out there. Also, what's GNP need? Place a satellite in orbit around the moon, it looks like. Hang on, back this out.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Lady Hot Eyes gifted a sub to Canadian Cumin. Thank you. Place a satellite in a specific orbit around the moon. Build a new unmanned probe that has an antenna and can generate power. The probe must be fully assembled when launched. Reach the designated orbit around the moon with reasonable deviation. Maintain stability for 10 seconds. Is that it? Okay, so I can dump Scout into that orbit, no problem. Scouts are my landers, my research landers. So I think that's what we'll do. Yeah, that should be fine. Retrograde? I still don't see a problem, do you? Why'd you roll out a new dart for the station contract? I needed one. I needed a new dart, Reagan. I was going to send up 7 on this mission. We were going to send up Phoenix, but Phoenix's tail broke. So I'm just kind of having it there. And Explorer just came down. I don't want to just take the dart and put it right back on the pad and launch it again, you know? Like, I want to have a rotation, you know? McLaren assigned a young kid in karting to a contract again. Looks like they have Hamilton 2.0 on their hands. Interesting. All right. How do you get around the build new? It has to be put out by the VAB. You have to put the payload out on the pad after you accept the contract. It is retrograde, but that'll at least get me a little bit of a net return on this mission. I think we should do it. I think that's a good idea. We can do a retrograde insertion with Scout and then still land. That's not really that big of a deal. If I did a 2-launch mission and we launched it with a deep space upper stage attached to it, I don't know what we're gonna use the DSUS for though, but. Hey, Funky, what's going on? How's the stream been? I ran 13.1 miles yesterday, which is half marathon. That's crazy, dude. Good for you. I ran like 20 feet the other day and hurt my back, and I haven't run since. I'm like, 13 is no joke. So I'm trying to think how we would do a retrograde insertion, and I'm wondering if the Delta V is enough. It might not be. Your legs are really sore. I believe it. I believe it. Yeah, Flash Wolf, I know what you mean. There you go, Christian. So how do we want to do this, guys? Let's, you know what? I'll probably... I could probably take a small sat and throw it on here. Worst case scenario, and have the small sat go into retrograde orbit around the moon. There's not much requirements, so it'd be really light and it wouldn't be that much. So you know what? Even if we can't use Scout, I'll ride share it and we'll go from there. Okay, let's go back over here. Yeah, Reshok, but then landing. I want to land... I don't want to land Scout retrograde. Because we didn't land the last one retrograde, and it would be better to not land this one. It'd be better to do the same thing, don't you think? Lunar Scout, here it is. So this is the Scout rover. Or Scout lander, it's not a rover. It's designed to get a bunch of science from certain areas. How much Delta V does it have out of the box? 815. So... wasn't part 111 yesterday. I didn't stream yesterday. Thanks, Colton. I appreciate that. I agree, Muffin. Yeah. Did we talk about combining the engine test with the station around the moon? We did, Bilko, and that's a good idea. That mission is on hold for a second. 2.3 tons. Nope. Didn't pull the right thing. I didn't pull the right thing again. I gotta click on the stages dock report. There we go. So what I'm going to do here is delete that. We're going to get rid of that. And then I need to just put together an upper stage with this thing. I'm just trying to check my delta V numbers to make sure that we're good. They fixed the small RCS, Toma. They fixed the small RCS with the 11.2 patch the other day. Squad did a hot fix. And yeah, that's pretty awesome. The hot fix. Yeah, they should be good. Alright, get rid of this fairing stage here. Put those like that. And this should give me the delta V numbers that I'm looking for here. What was wrong with it? It was inverted, so if you hit go backwards, it went forwards, and if you hit go forwards, it went backwards. Yeah, it was, yeah, they fixed that. If you really want the technical way of saying that, the thrust transform in Unity was facing the wrong direction. Okay, so we have 2704 delta V at 1.74 TWR. That's really high for this, but that's fine. So this is the upper stage, right? This is the upper stage for Freedom 10, and because it's the upper stage, it's not going to be on orbit when we get when you know it separates. So I would say take, what do you guys think? 2700, and because it's an upper stage, I know the first stage has the ballpark of like, I don't know. You know what? Let's not guess. That's a bad idea. Let's not do that. How about we just separate this, right? And we merge the second stage again, right? Remove this. Go over here like this. Don't save. It's attaching to the wrong thing. There we go. It wants to attach to the engine shroud for whatever reason. Or no, the engine, the node on the engine. So let me just put that there, make sure that's connected to the right thing, get rid of that. And then we'll just do a quick prototype here so we can get some good delta V estimates. I'm just staging the rocket right now. So I'm putting it in basically the configuration that it would be during flight.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Came for the KSP, stayed for the Space News and the Space Automaton. Got it. There we go. The thrust limiters are off for that. That's fine. Now they're on though. I keep them off as a checked. I keep the thrust limiters off from the factory, so whenever I put out a new stage, if I don't do the TVC checkout or if I forget to do it, the engines won't fire. They won't do anything when I go to lift off. And I want to make sure that the gimbals work or I have them configured properly. That's why I don't just do thrust vector control checkout when we're on the launch pad for fun. I do it to make sure this thing is working, especially with reused boosters. Why are you building inside the plane hangar? Because you can do this with the camera inside of the SPH. It makes for easier building. You can't do this in the VAB. Plus, VABs aren't used in real life to manufacture rockets. They're used to put rockets together. It's an integration building, not a manufacturing building. Or assembly, either one. Most rockets are manufactured horizontally. Most. Some of them are vertical. Alright, so. Altitude 2,500 from the first stage. 26 from the second.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
So 26 plus 1,500 should give me an even 4,000. So let's minus 1,500 out of our Delta V here from our second stage. So yeah, minus 400 out of it. So let me go into here, right, and get rid of the first stage, right? Galen, 12-month resub. Good evening. It's a pretty cool thing you got there. Rear-facing jets. Yeah, it flies back. It's a flyback booster. Freedom 10. It flies back and lands on the runway like an airplane with the engines flying first. So think like if you took Falcon 9 when it came back down and put jet engines on it so it came in and landed horizontally instead of vertically. I don't have a big enough... I can't build a big enough integration building right now to make a rocket big enough to fly back and land like Falcon 9. So I took a different method. I went flyback instead, so I mounted jets. Alright, so let's take 1,500 out of this. So we're at 2,700. So minus 1,500 Delta V from this, which would give us 1,200. And let's short it a little bit just in case we're on a weird ascent trajectory. So, if this is the configuration of the stage when we get into low Kerbin orbit, this should... Yeah, this should be what we have left when we're in space. So 1,080. So this thing needs to go to a lunar orbit, right? So 1,000, it needs to go to a lunar orbit and land. So how much is it to get to the moon? It's 1,100, okay? So the stage can put us on translunar injection, TLI. So this will get us going to the moon, and then we could separate it. I don't know, dispose of it by having it hit the moon or whatever. And then the lander... that leaves us some spare Delta V right there, which tells me that we have enough to put another satellite on top of this. I could put a dispenser on top of the Scout and put another satellite up here to shoot into that retrograde orbit. But we'll work on that in a second, but that's not important right now. So that it costs about 860 for a transfer. We have 1,000, so we're overestimated there. Stage should have some leftover fuel for disposal, deorbit, whatever. And then we need 300 meters a second delta V to circularize, right? Ooh. 4,000 is my rule of thumb, Farzium, to get into low Kerbin orbit. It's in reality, it's closer to 3,500 meters a second delta V to get into LKO. I always estimate 4,000 because overestimating just by a little bit might cost you a little bit more money, but that ensures mission reliability and assurance. Assures mission assurance. You know what I mean. If you overestimate, it's going to get there and then some. It gives you a little more flexibility. Hang on. Let's check the Delta V map. Oh. Piss off, Pinterest. I hate that site. 310, 580. That has 815. Ooh, that's no good. That's not enough. Sure, it's Christian. Yeah. Department of Redundancy Department. Yeah. Ah, United States banana. Yeah, standard banana. Yep. Thomas, that's awesome. I agree, Gandalf Lundgren. Sorry, I just read your name. That's hilarious, dude. Gandalf Lundgren. I love it. Oh my goodness. That's awesome, dude. Oh, the lander had locked tanks. Well, that makes a little bit more sense. Okay, yeah, 1900 is more like it. So that had some locked tanks. Thank you. Good eye. All right. Yeah, I was wondering how I got this to the surface of the moon before Rest Shock. I was like, how did I do that? That's not enough. All right. If that has 1900, we are made in the shade, man. That's easy. Yeah, that's a way overestimated, which is good. That's what we want. So now what I'll do is put a dispenser up at the top here. Erecting a dispenser. We'll put a Mark 0 satellite on here, right? And we'll have a dispenser on the top, just like we did with the previous mission, which was... This one doesn't need a magnetometer or anything. It just do. Satellite, specific orbit of the moon. That's Goliath National. So I like putting the flags of the customer on the payload. That's cool. GNP. I don't know what the name of this would be. What GNP satellite it'll be, but...
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, that'll work just fine. Hey, Ouroboros 39-month resub. Thanks, man. So we have our payload dispenser there for GNP satellite. And just out of curiosity, what does this give us for Delta V now? Instead of 1920, we have 1865. Having that little boy satellite on the top is not going to affect the Delta V, overall Delta V capability of the mission. This will shoot it on translunar injection. We'll separate, discard the stage. This will separate this. This will circularize around the moon in retrograde after doing a course correction, right? And then this one will circularize in prograde around the moon in preparation for a landing. Cool. We have our mission. Done. Get rid of that. These things have over 1,000 Delta V, so that should be more than enough to get it where it needs to go. Perfect. All right. I'm going to leave this in this configuration. Added small sat dispenser on top. Updated 3/22/21. Perfect. Communications relay, separate the satellite for landing. I already have relay sats out there. When are we testing the crew lander? Literally the next mission, Loopy. We're going to launch Lunar Scout tonight. Tomorrow, lander. Oof. What day is it? Okay, it's Monday. I thought it was Wednesday for a second. So, Scout 2, mission tonight. Scout the landing site. Wednesday, lander tests. So we need 2 launches that day. So put the lander up into space. Put the transfer stage up into space. Assemble them. Send them out to the moon. Test the lander. Get the lander out there. Thursday, we need to launch a new transfer vehicle, and we need to attach that to the transfer vehicle up at the station. Friday, we get the crew up there, right? And get out to the moon. So another Freedom 7 launch with the second crew well, this would technically be Luna 3. Luna 2 would be the lander test. Okay? If all goes well with the lander, right? So, lander test, payload, transfer stage, crew up there, right? And go to the moon. Crew up there and go to the moon is basically that. I'm aiming for Friday. I'm going to leave a day. I'm not scheduling anything for Saturday, just in case something goes weird. I'm not streaming on Tuesday. No. Tomorrow I'm going to go over to my folks' house and get the garage ready to go. I need the truck streams back. I want to finish the stupid thing. So, yeah. Today we have the Scout mission, so Scout 2. Wednesday, we have the lander test, which I'm going to call Luna 2. Okay? And then Thursday is the transfer stage. Friday is crew to the moon. So I'm targeting the lunar mission on Friday. Luna 3 will be on Friday. I'm gonna have a leeway day on purpose. Did you get FAA approval? Oh yeah, of course. Where did 3 weeks go? I don't know, man. If all goes right, you'll be refueling the lander in low lunar orbit and reusing it, correct? Oh yeah, that means we need another tug. Oh, dude, I gotta get going. I gotta get going today. So this was delivered to the building area. That company makes things like this. Interesting. Yeah. We're gonna need to do... We gotta refuel the lander. We have to... Shoot. I gotta go quick. We have to go fast. Not too fast, though, but we gotta go quicker. Yeah, we're gonna do after hours KSP today. I might... Yeah, we got a lot of work to do. Okay. 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 Payload is ready to go. Wednesday is going to be a long stream. Yep. Shaw, I already said I'd play Satisfactory in the morning. If I can even get up for it, dude. I'm not gonna... I don't want to use... Long story short, it's not about wanting to play Satisfactory. It's about whether I can physically do it. That's a long freaking stream. Especially with Starship on that day, that's not a good idea. That's what I'm taking into account, guys. Real launches. There's 3 launches on Wednesday. So yeah, there's gonna be a long stream potentially. I might go back to sleep. It depends. But with Starship potentially going on Wednesday, I would say that that's not the day to do 2 missions. Thursday would be the day to do 2 missions. But then again, knowing my luck, if I do that, Starship's going to launch on Thursday. So we kind of have to play it by ear. The good news is, we've done all the tests. We've done everything else. The only thing we need to do is the lander test. That's the outstanding thing. That's it. Does doodles, that's basically what we're doing. Yeah, it's just, yeah, sometimes it's just a lot. All right. Has the lander changed since Luna 1? We redesigned it, Talon. It's a lot lighter. I can show you. Snibbles, thank you for the raid. So here's the upgraded lander. The upgraded lander got rid of the crew tank up at the top. We got rid of it. And I added the Mark II lander can on top of the Mark I lander can, right? So this lander can, instead of being able to hold 5, it can hold 3 now. And instead of holding 5 Kerbals, down to 3 with extra fuel. So this lander is lighter and it has way more Delta V. This ensures that it'll get back up into space. But I do want to test it. We have to. I'm not going to not test it. I mean, so if I can help it, you know, like it's probably better if we do that. Yeah, when it's in flight configuration, it'll look like this. It's a good lander. I like it. I like it a lot. I know, Matt. We watched the trailer for it during Space News. I'm gonna buy one. So if I can get this lander with full fuel into low lunar orbit, right? Transfer vehicle upper stage will park this in LLO, right? 1,700 meters a second. We are way over-engineered. So 600 times 2, right? Round up, so it's 580, right? Round up to 600 just because it's a nice round number. Times that by 2 is 1,200. Take into account any weird things during landing. We should have the landing site scouted out. So with the mission that we're going to do today. So that should be nice and easy, right? It should be easy to land.
You want a slice of banana bread?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. And then we have 17. Thank you. Is this banana bread with chocolate in it?
Yes.
Excuse me. I don't know, Loopy, maybe. Are you gonna get the Ulysses? Are you gonna get the Ulysses set with a VIP too? They're releasing a companion set for members. Oh, I don't know, maybe. That's cool, one with the Ulysses probe. So, once again, we have 1,700 meters a second Delta V here from the lander. Round that up to 600, times it by 2. That's 1,200, right? That gives us a 500 meters a second, like leeway. So that's an extra 250 for landing, extra 250 on the way up. There's no way, if I can't get this thing back up into space, something went catastrophically wrong. But even then, Kerbals will be carrying their jetpacks if that does happen. Hopefully it doesn't. I added the seismometer to it as well. So we can do seismic work down on the surface. And then the Scout rovers have the Science Junior on it, the one that we're going to send today. Let me just check this, Loopy. It's designed to be reused, How to Rock. Yeah, I designed that with the flexibility of reusing it from the start. That's why it's a single stage to orbit lunar lander. Down and back up. Good. Yep. That's the new updated design. Let me just make sure that I have all the fuel on board. Yeah, it's designed to have a deep space upper stage just fly out here. Fly out to... It'll be back up around the moon, right? And it'll be in hibernation mode with its solar panels, right? And then we can leave it there, and then we can come back, hit it with a deep space upper stage right here, refuel the thing, and then the transfer vehicle can dock to the top here. Can Freedom 10 get 11 tons to orbit and reusable? Should be able to, Yard. Boomer. All right. Yeah, shouldn't be a problem. So yeah, the transfer vehicle can dock to the front. Stages can dock to the back and refuel. Yeah. Just for... Yeah, okay. Alright, I already did that. Okay. And then it has the ability to dump fuel as well. I'm not sure why I put that in there, but there was a good reason. But, yeah, better to have it, not need it, not have it, I suppose. I think that was to round off the fuel so it could come back and so I could balance the RCS better. That's definitely the reason. Okay. Cool. We also added an inventory thing with science experiments, and then... Yeah, I think we put batteries up here as well. Oh no, I kept the batteries in those spots right there. That's fine. Perfect. Lunar lander's good to go. Yeah, let's get this mission out to the moon. The Scout. It has a science container on it, tape, I'm pretty sure. I just forget where I put the dang thing. Oh yeah, there it is, right there. It's above the lower lander window. Right there. Where your root part is, Cryptech, Kerbal is expecting you to place the root part up at the top. So if your root part is on your first stage, you put a second stage above that, it's going to confuse it. It's looking for decouplers between stages. That's how the game sees it. If the game reads a decoupler, it'll do the calculations out. I would always suggest, hey, Rocket, 50-month resub. Thanks, man. I would always suggest you do the delta V calculations out by hand if you need to. All right, so we're gonna reuse Booster 17 for this mission. Yeah. All right, let's put this out there.
You want it, then work it. You need it, then earn it. You want it, then do it. You need it, then earn it.
So this is a stage recovery vehicle. It's what I'm going to use to go and grab the that first stage, that Freedom 10 first stage that's landed. We're going to use it. We're going to reuse the stage here. This Freedom 10 stage was used on the DSUS mission. We're going to grab that thing over there. You can see that the dartboard, I took it out, and I put my 3 shuttles right there. The 3 other dart shuttles are there. So we have Pathfinder, Explorer, and Phoenix. The reason why I put them over here is because I was going to safe the shuttle that came back down, Pathfinder, and the whole crane mechanism over there collapsed. So I got that going for me, which is nice. So this is a mobile gantry crane vehicle that's used to pick up first stages. I'm going to secure myself to the first stage here. We're going to pick it up, and then I'm going to get a truck out here. We're going to get a truck out here to place this down. Wait, has the Dart originally named 7 survived? Yes, King. Phoenix is 7. I gave it a name after its first its orbital flight test. The thing is, I brought it back down the other day after that pad abort, and I turned too quickly and the landing gear spazzed out on me and the thing flipped over and broke its tail. So if you look, that's 7 right there. I still haven't recovered the dang thing. But it has a weird tail now because I can't replace that small delta wing. The developers basically told me that you gotta kind of wait. So I don't know what we're gonna do with Phoenix in the meantime. They said that they're adding more construction parts in the future, I think. I'm pretty sure that's what was told. I'm kind of out of luck right now, basically. This seems overkill. What seems overkill, Space Builder? I don't know, Yarg, maybe. Yeah, Loopy. It's not a bad idea, bud. Not just clicking the recover button. I don't want to do that. That's too easy. Space Builder, you don't. That's easy. I had that down and spacecraft reliably returning back to KSC to recover in like 2014, man. You know, I gotta keep Kerbal fresh. You gotta find ways to challenge yourself. It's a game about space, after all. This is how I challenge myself. I made a rule set where you have to do all this by the rule set. So, is this a mod that allows you to move stuff to the pad instead of spawning it? No. This is totally stock. 100% vanilla, dude. He puts it on the runway. No, I'm right here, man. You can talk to me. He doesn't put it on the runway. I just launch it in the VAB and gizmo it off to the side. But I did use Kerbal Construction to assemble some of this launch pad. Yeah, glitched. Oh, I've seen it. It's pretty cool. You may want to retract its gear. No. Yeah, dude, you don't get to this point where, you know, like 15,000 hours into KSP or something and just put stuff on the launch pad and herder spacebar. That doesn't do anything for me. That's boring. That's too easy. I could make something that could go to every planet in one stream, no problem. I like the challenge. I like doing this way. It's more fun. So now we gotta take a first stage truck that's designed to align the stage, and we gotta get it over here. But the other thing we need to do is Herbal needs to EVA here. What do the developers think? They watch the stream, Carrier. I don't think they're here today, but they watch the stream and they encourage my stupid antics. Yeah. So yeah, so like Space Builder, see those shuttles right there? The 3 little mini shuttles? All of them have been to space. Some of them twice. Never recovered them. Never recovered it. Landed on the runway, rolled them back over here, put them back on their stand with their bracket so I can stack it on a new rocket. Put the new rocket out, stack it, and then, yeah. There's something like Dream Chaser, yeah. It's my own design. It was principally, darts were... See, the thing is, when I built Dart, I built it, Monica, it's my own design. It's influenced in small ways, shapes, and forms from other flight vehicles. So it kind of is like the X-20, the dinosaur, which is what the Air Force wanted. It's too cold in here. Kind of like the X-20 dinosaur. It takes a page out of the Space Shuttle's playbook. Some parts are kind of like an X-37, and some parts are kind of like Dream Chaser. It's synonymous in function, though. It does the same thing as Dream Chaser. It's a small crewed access vehicle that goes on top of a rocket. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is configure the pad. I mean, King, I don't know. Maybe. Who knows? So we got to pull the adapter plate off, and then we got to we got to pull the crane to launch table adapter, and then we got to pull the launch table adapter off. See, I have a smaller ring here on the launch pad to launch Freedom 7 rockets. Freedom 7 is the crew launch vehicle. That's what darts go on top of. And then Freedom 10 is my heavy-duty lifter. So it's like having 2 lifters, one for heavy cargo and the other one for crew. At least that's the configuration that we're going to go with for right now. M rules. M rules. Sure. That's what it is. Or you could just go to ejsa.space. You could go to the website. Okay, we got to make sure we're straight up. Kind of does, Doodles, yeah. You have your own website, ejsa.space. Docking ports fused. Great start. I gotta restart KSP. Yeah, sometimes... See, I have something that kind of Kerbal really wasn't built for, and that's a lot of different vehicles undocking and redocking and undocking and redocking and undocking and redocking. Kerbal gets confused after a while because I reuse things. I reuse these vehicles a lot, so I gotta get the adapter off for Freedom 7 because we're launching a Freedom 10 booster, the orange one. And I can't have a 1.8 meter adapter plate for a 2.5 meter rocket. It won't work that way. So what I have to do is basically quick save right here. Does it matter which docking port you undock it from? Yes, hierarchy is very, very important, Jim. Absolutely. So I basically have to... I'll drop a quick save here. We've got to quit the main menu. I don't have to restart KSP, but... I'm going to back up my persistent file, fuse port. I've saved these for the developers, and I hand them off. So copy the main persistent file, go over to desktop, go over to KML. This is a plugin tool that allows to fix, that basically fixes those fuse docking ports. Replace the persistent file in the destination. Go to KML here. Load the main persistent file here. And this will kind of show all the weird stuff that my file is doing right now. Yep, see, there it is. The rover. Docking port error. Repair the connection. Okay, save that file. Save. Replace it. Go back over here. Take that updated persistent file. Copy it. Go over here, mission mode 2. Go. Replace the persistent file. There we go. Go back in here. Resume save, mission mode. And now that port should be able to be undocked. It's called KML. It's a utility tool for Kerbal. It's not a mod. I didn't modify Kerbal at all. I just use it to fix fuse docking ports. Torg. Jeez. All right. Oh yeah, manually editing the persistent file is not fun. Yeah, you'll spend hours trying to find it. Yeah, screw that. It is cool seeing all those darts right there. No, Grab Shark. This isn't a shameless plug for Notepad++. Trust me, that does not make a difference. Yeah. In this regard, because the docking port script, it's just how the way the persistent file is set up, dude. So you'll have your craft file for, like, you'll have your craft file here, and then you'll have your craft file for the subassembly in the persistent file, and they might not be near each other. Dude, trust me, it's... Yeah, even with Notepad, it still takes time. There you go, Sword. Pay it forward, dude. It's the best thing we can do. I gotta make sure we're lined up. Good. Now this port that was fused should be... Boop. Yeah, probably not, Loopy. I'll probably just cover it for Space News on Wednesday or something. And this week is shaping up to be a crazy week again. I mean, part of the reason why I was happy with going 2 weeks or 3 weeks out with the deadline extension was due to the fact that, you know, I was like, oh, Starship will launch in 2 weeks. No, 3. Like, I was kind of fully taking that into account, you know. Okay, so now we can pull the whole launch table off. There it is. Oh, okay, Oop. So we pulled the adapter to launch another rocket off. I want to reuse this too. I could just recover it, but what I'm going to do with this right now is place it. We're going to go for a little bit of a drive. And I'm going to store it at the other launch site for now. One side versus the other, Jim. What does that mean? What do you mean one side for this versus the other? I don't understand the context. In every hierarchy, if you have 2 docking ports, okay? You have 2 docking ports that are hooked into each other, okay? So say you have a fuel tank, docking port, 2 more docking ports attached to another fuel tank. Kerbal will always choose one docking port as the master, so the primary, and then there's a secondary. You have primary and secondary docking ports, okay? If you undock the secondary, nothing's gonna happen. It'll be fine. You undock that, nothing happens. You undock the primary, right? It'll snap dock the secondary. Your secondary will become primary. And it'll switch it back and forth. But it'll always prioritize one docking port over the other, because that's how Kerbal works. Yeah, Van, it happens. It's no problem. So, for Jim, it's if you want to understand how Kerbal works hierarchically. So, every vehicle has a root part. And think about the hierarchy. Picture a tree in your mind. The root part is at the very bottom. And then you have the stump, and then you have branches. Okay? A branch can't typically, if you think about like just a regular looking tree, branches don't branch off and then connect back in. I'm sure there's some weird scenario somewhere in some tree in some part of the world where branches grow and then they connect back into each other. Just bear with me here. Kerbal's hierarchy works like that. So, like, if you have the root part as a command pod, all right? You have a command pod, then you have a fuel tank, right? And then you have an engine. That's your stump. And then you have a second stage, decoupler, fuel tank, engine. That's like that's the stump of the tree. And then you have the stump goes up, right? And then you get stuff starts to branch, right? So then you have your first stage below that, and then you have boosters. Your boosters are your tree branches, okay? The branches can only be connected once, all right? Only once. Hey, Jacob, please keep it the subject matter on space, please. So, it works like this. So if this is the root of your tree, you have your tree branches that, you know, go off in different directions, right? So those are your boosters, okay? These are like attachable boosters here, 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 and here. If you try to have, in Kerbal, if you try to have, like, say the circles represent different parts, and the lines represent the connections, all right? If you have a part, so like a fuel tank connected to an engine, and then that's connected to a decoupler, right? If you wanted to have like, if you wanted to have Kerbal like do this, see that? No. That's not how that works. These don't work that way. In order to get them to go back together like this, you'd need a strut. So the dotted lines are struts, right? That's how that works. You can't have a connection go back in on itself and do something like that. You can't make a circular connection. So that leaves stuff to be very tricky, all right? So if you have right here, say you have a docking port right here and a docking port right here, right? And then those are connected, these connections with the lines, the plus signs are two docking ports that are next to each other, right? And then you have another fuel tank right here. You can't make that connection. That connection can't be made. You'd have to strut it. This docking port would need to be attached to that fuel tank, right? It would need to be attached to that fuel tank and then strutted to there. Or it'll just dock. But even if you undock over here, so in this particular scenario, right? You have a docking port here, and then you have a fuel tank here, and then you have another docking port here. That right there is your open connection. You can bridge it with a docking port, right? But that'll read as a secondary docking port connection. And then this one is your primary connection. If you undock this, right? It'll switch the secondary to primary. Okay? If you undock secondary, nothing is going to happen. And then you undock primary, secondary becomes primary again. That's the phenomenon I call snap docking. It undocks the ship really quickly and redocks it again. That makes Kraken strikes. This invites the Kraken. Doing multi-port docking. I would suggest not doing that ever. You want to have a stronger connection? Here's how I do this. All right, so with Freedom 10, all right, I have the fuel tank from the second stage, and then the fuel tank is attached to a decoupler, right? Right? And then the decoupler is attached to another fuel tank here. Okay? And now there's no engine here, so there would be an engine down here on your first stage. How I do it is I have another branch. The other branch, that's my second stage engine. My rocket engines hang from the fuel tank, and my fuel tank is connected to a decoupler. And then, on top of that, I have a fairing that goes up like this, occludes the decoupler and the engine, and then we have same vessel collision here. So the same vessel collision between the tank and the fairing actually works structurally. This is how you do good hierarchies in KSP. I still have a single branch hierarchy. Nothing is connected to nothing else. I don't have a connection that bridges itself like that. We don't do that. There's tricks that you have to do to get around it. And that's the kind of tricks that people want me to make like YouTube videos about and stuff. We'll do that someday. Yeah, I'll start working on that one of these days. All right, so for our Freedom 7 adapter plate, I don't want this anywhere in the scene. So I'm gonna take the truck, right? And we'll store the adapter plate out at my storage, in my storage area. It's a little bit of a drive here. The reason why I want to reuse this part, actually, you know what? I don't want to reuse this for another crew launch right now. I'm just going to recover it. Yeah, we'll just recover it for now. The reason why I'm going to do that is because I know that Dart works with a decoupler that's fresh out of the box, and I don't really want to reuse this for the Luna 1 mission and have something go wrong. I was going to store this, now I don't care. Yeah, it'd probably be better to recover it anyway. Fun Sister, 18-month resub. How's work, man? Jim, does that help? One docking port versus the other when undocking. When undocking the adapter from the crane, the difference between decoupling from the decoupler on the adapter versus the adapter on the crane. Oh, that means just pick one. Pick one. You only have one primary connection. So, yeah, you don't need to worry about it. Okay, now I'm going to switch to this. I'm doing this in the interest of saving time. Make sure we're selecting this vehicle. Okay. Recover. And now I need to get a first stage vehicle out here. Oh, man. This is tough. I missed work today because my cable wasn't on when I woke up, but otherwise very good. Okay. Librio had a 22-month resub in there too. You'd like to see them move further from the pad. Yeah. For a Freedom 10 launch, it won't be a problem. For the next Freedom 7 launch, when I go to put one on there, yeah, I probably will. It'd probably be a better idea. Oh, element. Yeah, that would suck. Are they set as debris? No. I reset all of them the other day, Shaw. Alright, let's get a first stage truck out here. Alright, guys, I gotta take a little bit of a pee break. We'll put this out here in a second. Yeah, Toothless, ideally, I'm probably gonna end up moving darts out to my storage site. I'll put the dartboard out there. It's better that way. I just want to make sure this doesn't blow up when I put it out on the pad. I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick. Nope, we're good. All right, we'll start the launch campaign in a moment. I'm gonna need. Actually, I need the fuel trucks out here too. But yeah. Okay. Be right back. 1 second. All right, dudes, let's do this. It is Unity. This guy codes. Unity, you're the guy in here that's doing all the coding, am I right? Unity, I'm rolling out a new tequila. You know what it's called? It's called Tres Comas. You know what that means? It means 3 commas. It's the amount of money I'm gonna make when I make that lot of inner sight money. I can't say that because it's inappropriate. How many more days until the deadline? Saturday, Anth. So it would be Sunday during the day for you. Will Elon make quad comas? Maybe.
Listen, Tranquility Base.
Brad.
The Eagle has landed.
Thanks, man. Holy crap, you guys are generous today. Thank you very much. Jeez. Did you leave a message? Whoa. Hope this helps. Hope this helps. Give me a frickin' break. Of course it helps, man. Jeez. Webless. Well, at least she's having fun, right?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Night, 5-month resub. Thanks, man.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Tape? What? Dude. Oh, man. 5 subs. Holy... Why? Why? Why you do this? Thank you. Jeez, thanks, man. To mess with you? You're the worst type of person. Hey, Leglander, what's up, man? Now we gotta drive the truck in from the back here. So this booster has flown before. We flew it into space already, and it came back. Maslam, 67 months. I don't know why that didn't go through, but thank you. Everyone else is doing it. Yeah, well, if everyone else subbed, would...
Discovery,
Wait.
go at throttle up.
Yes. All right, so now we
Discovery,
gotta...
go at throttle up.
Zazraz! Thanks, man. You guys are too good to me. Okay. That's a 21-monther. Thanks, man. Okay. This is fine. We're a little crooked. She's just a little bit crooked. It would be better if this was aligned. The gantry crane might have some trouble grabbing this thing if it's more misaligned. I think it would be better to start again.
For March of 1989, near normal precipitation, I should say, sorry, near normal temperatures in March, and above normal precipitation, an active storm track will keep cooking on the East Coast here in March as well.
It has to be aligned. I don't want it to make problems down the road.
22nd through the 24th, and the 29th, and the 30th of the month. That is our long-range winter forecast. If you missed any of that, we're going to do it again tonight on our 10:30 broadcast. Be with
It's misaligned again. See, these two docking ports basically need to line up. That's where we need to be. Okay, so we need to get this at an angle, right? That matches the plate in the back. We need to get the engines to slip into the nozzle. Make sure... That should have docked. I don't think we got out of magnetization range. Okay, one more time. Elon tweet, kinda memey. That's funny. Okay, docking ports are far enough away now. This thing should just slide right back in. Right? Slide right back in and then just do this. Doesn't matter if it's tilted up a little ways, but let's see what that does. As long as it's close enough, that's fine. It'll snap into position. So we can undo it from the transfer vehicle here, or the recovery vehicle. Of course, Christian. I wish I was that cool, Element. I don't think I'm that cool. I wonder where my auto struts are running that Oh, it's the landing gear wheels. Yeah, okay. As long as I take this... Okay, I need you to go forward now. Thank you. This is a board meeting. Get to work. I am working. Doofus. That's right, doofus. No, over here. How many hours do you have in KSP? 15,000 in change, Allied? Why do you ask? Nice one, sister. Okay. First time I ever heard you say anything other than 10,000. I just say north of 10,000, dude. It's somewhere out there. I don't know. Keep in mind, that's streaming KSP Allied. That's not necessarily playing it, because a lot of the times I have to explain what I'm doing. You know, I gotta explain things, so it's not like, oh, you've played KSP, played 15,000 hours. Like, I'll be honest with you, man. I don't keep track, and I don't play KSP on Steam. My KSP is installed on Steam, but I have a shortcut on the desktop, so I'm not hitting the Steam play button, so my Steam hours have no idea. Like, I don't know. Cool. First stage integration was fine. Perfect. Or first stage latch is good. Shut off the motor. Set it to 0. Set the torque limiter to 1. Go back here. Unpower that.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Brakes off. Hey, Camrad. Thanks for the tip earlier, dude. I really appreciate it. And the 11-month resub. Thanks, man.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Okay. Mufasa, 21-month resub. Thanks, man. Okay, 17 is being lifted onto the pad for the second time. You're seriously welcome. Back with the Buran Moto eBay listing. I was going to chip in for it, but I needed to wait for bills to post first. Got some brand new emergency lighting for my response vehicle. Hey, don't worry about it, dude. It's all good. I'm reading what you guys are saying while I'm working. You guys are overcomplicating things. I can already tell you right now. Yeah, Kobe, the new Lego shuttle looks really cool. Alright. See last. Okay. I heard Starship will pull 5Gs on re-entry. That doesn't sound very desirable for Earth patterns. Do you think they would have Earth-to-Earth in mind at all, Reagan, if they were going to pull 5Gs during re-entry? Do you think SpaceX would say, oh, it pulls 5Gs during re-entry. Let's build the vehicle anyway, and we'll solve the re-entry G problem later. Does that sound like SpaceX to you? How's the shipyard project going? Not bad. I've been taking a break from Minecraft lately. That's all. Yeah, guys, you're overcomplicating it. Like, way overcomplicating it. Doesn't need to be this crazy. Oh, jeez, it tilted. Oh, the booster got hung up on something when I did the final lowering. Oh, we just dodged a bullet so hard. I can't believe that. Yeah, it's Robert Parker, yeah. Dude, that just scared the ever-loving crap out of me. Nice, Element. Hell yeah, dude. That's cool. Well, that number doesn't suck, Element. Jeez. Okay, the next thing we got to do is pull the fueling trucks out. I don't think you guys understand how much of a big deal a 20 rep hit is for failing a deadline. That really screws you. It's not, it seems like a wrist slap at first, but if I keep failing deadlines, it's going to get bad. The reason why it's going to get bad is because I can't always use money. I can't always do commercial missions to subsidize the chat-funded missions. Eventually, my rep could go so low if I keep missing deadlines that I won't be able to use commercial missions to subsidize it anymore. So it might seem like, oh, it's just a slap on the wrist. It's absolutely not. It's not something that affects you right now necessarily, but it will affect your reputation down the line. The reason why I did that is because at face value, that doesn't seem like that is that big of a deal, right? I was like, no, that's not a big deal. Well, Boeing hasn't launched its Starliner. How's that affecting its reputation? Oh, that's right. Pretty negatively. See what I'm talking about? That's the penalty. Penalty is your rep. And because this is a career mode save, that's the missions that you get offered here. So if I fail more and more deadlines, right, I won't be able to do commercial missions to subsidize this. So, yeah, it's kind of a self-fixing thing, I guess. They got the F-15X contract after CFT-1 failed. That's two different companies, but, I mean, yeah, sure. The whole point, Loopy and everybody else, hopefully chat will keep a memory of what goes on and act accordingly. The whole point is for the system to be self-correcting. I mean, if chat keeps falling for it hook, line, and sinker, that is not my problem. That's not my problem, really. It really isn't. I'm the engineer. I'll always argue for more money or something. Okay, I'm gonna recover the first stage vehicle here because we got to worry about part count. It's minus 20 per missed deadline. It's bad. You can have the money, but I want infrastructure project. Houses for Kerbals. I'll be really honest with you. I'll be really honest with you. Yeah, I don't want to change anything with the deadline rules right now at all. Like, at all. I'm not going to change it. Why? Because we've only had 1 or 2 programs thus far with deadlines. What? We had Liberty, which had no deadline. We had Freedom 7, which had a deadline. We missed it by a little bit, but I got it working. We had Dart that had a deadline, which was part of Freedom, right? You see what I'm getting at, fellas? I don't think we have enough of a data set to go and warrant changing anything right now. We'd have to do it more. So, honestly, I'll be real with you. Like, and I wouldn't do this. My whole thing is to act out of good faith, all right? And I will. I absolutely will. However, with that being said, just looking at the project honestly from a whole, I'm not ready to change anything. So as far as I'm concerned, what you guys are talking about is just whims. I'm not changing the rules. I'm not going to. I need more of a data set to figure out if this works, if it doesn't, where the pitfalls are, where the possibilities are, what we can improve upon. I want to I basically let the mission mode rules fly. I put a great deal of thought into those rules. There are some things that are kind of unsolved, and that's what you guys would call chat overfunding. I wouldn't call that a problem. That's really not my problem at all. The whole point is to teach and make people understand, like, what you're doing. Overfunding can be dangerous. So, once again, you overfunded me. You overfunded me the first time around. You didn't give me a good enough deadline. The second time around, you gave me a long deadline extension that was too long. So I built cranes. It's not my problem. Really, it's not my problem. I'm engineering the rockets and doing the missions. You got that? See what I mean? It's not really my problem at all. So I'm not really going to change the rules right now in any way, shape, or form. I need to get more of a data set, to be honest with you. I'm not procrastinating at all. I'm just managing my time around. I'm balancing time around content. How feasible would it be to build a railway on the moon? About as feasible as it would be to build one down here. Probably a little bit harder because you have to do all the work in a spacesuit, but doable. Bill, this whole thing is supposed to be an exercise in, I mean, you guys, like, it might seem like I'm holding all the cards, but I'm really not. Like, I know it might seem like, well, EJ could just procrastinate. Well, fine. But once again, I only brought it up because we're talking about it. Why is it my problem if you give me a longer deadline? You're the board of directors, remember? It's not my problem. Would I have done some of the deadlines that you guys have chosen for me in the past? No, probably not. Some of them were way over budget. Some of them were way under budget, to be honest with you. You're still trying to bring it down to the wire, and we see the flaw in that. It's not a flaw. It's not my. Why is that my flaw that I choose to manage my time with engineering correct the way I choose to? That's not my problem. You're confused. But don't we give you a longer deadline to allow for more crane testing? You gave me a longer deadline and I'm still on a pretty damn good track to do it. I'm only confused when I think. What's up, Sawyer? How are you? It's not my issue, man. Where the rocket comes down is not my department. Except if it's Freedom Rocket, then it kind of is. Look, you guys got to remember, I pitch. You guys have the purse strings, okay? You guys have the purse strings. I already took the rep hit, so I'm not. My commercial contracts are not getting paid. Did you guys notice that? Most of the commercial contracts that are in there pay like 30, 40 G's, 50 G's. There's a couple of them that are high paying, but most of the easier ones are really low. There's a reason for that, because I took a 20 rep hit. That's huge. 20 rep hit is very bad in this game. It's not like I can just do like 10 more missions and get the rep back. When you lose rep, it minuses the whole number. When you add rep, it scales. It scales. The closer you get to 100, it's hard. Like the higher you move up in rep, the harder it is to get to the top. So one rep when you're at like 990 is going to be like 0.1. One rep added when you're at like 250 is going to be closer to 1. Understand? Look, if you look at the rep, right? See, it's 415.63. See the decimal point? Every time you're awarded rep, the closer this number is to 100, it puts a modifier on the rep awarded. Taking a 20 rep hit is a big deal. That really hurts. I would follow again for the Von Braun. Where it comes down is not my department. It's true. Well, I have completion bonuses, Wildfire. There are completion bonuses. I get rewarded for hitting the deadlines. I don't get rewarded for hitting them earlier. I get rewarded for them being right on time. Understand? The whole mission mode rules is designed to give you the basics. It's an intro to basics on how space programs and contract awards work. That's the whole idea. See what I'm talking about? You could draw the parallels, but it's a simplified system. But once again, I thought about mission mode. I put years of thought into thinking of what would make a good mission mode save. You know, and that's from playing Kerbal. And then I actually took like 2 or 3 weeks to think up the rules correctly. And we kind of went from there. Like, there's a great deal of rules here that are supposed to parallel real-life space programs. For being entirely fair, you had me set up the polls or the poll ops, a descriptive. Yeah, I know, Loopy. I understand. Do you have a better solution? There's no better way to do that. There's no better way to do that. That keeps our program focused on a certain thing for a certain amount of time. We're not just jumping all over the place to Eve, to Duna, to Jewel, to wherever. It keeps a concurrent storyline. Understand? Remember, the goal of mission mode is to tell a story. Hey, Basaru. I did. Good conversation, though, nonetheless. I'm gonna finish integrating the rocket. Don't get too heated in chat, guys, alright? Don't get antsy. I can feel it. I can feel the antsiness. Don't get antsy on me. That's right, Rob. Hey, what's up, Novus? Funnily enough, this is about the most united I've ever seen chat. Just almost everybody disagreeing with you. It's almost like I put thought into it and people are just second guessing my judgment on this, Yarg. Jeez. It's almost like mission mode is built to work with the chat and it's supposed to curb public opinion if I don't hit a deadline, and that's exactly what it does. You could sit here and all agree that I'm getting too much money or the deadlines are... See what I mean? Like, it's doing it. It's working as intended in my opinion. That's why I'm not changing anything. Yarg, I have years of... You've been here. You helped me devise these rules inadvertently. Sometimes, Kuju. All I said, I'd act in good faith, Green. Yeah, Loopy, timelines is something that we'll figure out over time. It's a self-teaching thing. Look at how much more structured we are right now than we were at the first attempt at a Luna mission. I can't know every single detail from the ground up to start with, dude. If it was that way, we would be on the moon right now. Understand? The whole point is to show the learning process. That's what I'm getting at. To show the learning process. You know, you learn from failures. That's what the space program is all about, guys. This is the kind of stuff that I want to show you. This is the kind of stuff I want to teach you. Look at how much more structured we are with the deadline extension than we are with the first one. See what I'm talking about? You don't, like, even somebody with this many hours, this is why mission mode is a challenge, building all these systems, because I've never done anything like this. It's a new challenge for me. There are going to be things that we fail. It happens. What I'm telling you guys is at least give me like 4 or 5, maybe 10 deadlines, 10 programs, right? So we can get a good data set to see what I passed and see what I failed. And see if because it's a self-fixing system. It's self-correcting. That's on purpose. The problem I have is that we give you plenty of time for the mission, but it still might come down to the wire due to the crane project. How is that my problem? I'll rephrase it. How is that my issue? I'll rephrase that again. How is that my issue if I complete the deadline? And I'm going to complete this one. I'll tell you that right now. That's not my problem. That's your problem, not mine. It started back in... Galen, I started in October of 2020? Exactly! As an aeronautical engineering student that is actually... This is actually really interesting. Right on, Jared. Kind of look at the back and forth funding. Public opinion and leadership can go to change the space program. That's the intention. I made these rules, Jared, because a lot of people like NASA, but a lot of people have no freaking clue how it works. I want to teach through gameplay. That's what my rule set is about. Okay. Bring the second stage out. After missing like 2, there would be either an oversight director installed or you would be replaced. Obviously, that's not the scenario here, but yeah, but look what it's doing to chat, Yard. See what I'm talking about, guys? I'm playing y'all like a fiddle right now. This thing is working. Mission mode is working exactly as predicted, like to a T. You guys are doing exactly what I thought you would do. See what I'm saying? That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's working exactly as intended. Playing y'all like a fiddle right now. You guys are really predictable. Come up with a budget plan, Loopy? Well, once again, how do I come up with a budget plan for goals and deadlines that I don't know when they're going to happen? You can't be concrete about this stuff. Development for an aerospace program is always in flux. Look at Starship, look at SLS, look at any rocket ever devised in the history of man. They always experience delays. We'll hone in a system over time that accounts for that delay. That's what I'm telling you. Man. You guys, man. I love it. I love how passionate you guys are about this. It's actually making me kind of happy. I like this. This is good. Ron. Hey, don't get mad. It's not personal. It's just business, homie. I love it. I love it, dude. You guys are getting so hype. It's making me so happy. And I'm serious. I'm not just saying that to be like, oh my god, everybody's mad at me right now. No. This is good. That means you guys care. That means the content that I'm putting out is good. You guys are enthralled in it. You guys appreciate it. That's the best compliment I could get. I'm serious. Is people being pissed at me. I love it. I'm serious. I'm happy. Like, this is great. I love the discussions that are happening. This is paralleling real life so ridiculously hard. I love it. Love it, dude. Love it. Alright, what's the last Freedom 10 upper stage that we had? That was the DSUS mission, 229. Sigma 5 launched with 221. Oh, this is 3, that would have been 22. Or no, 222, LV3 222, and then the mission that we're about to launch, is the Scout 2 GNP 2 mission. Yep, GNP2. Perfect. Is this why Elon only gives super short deadlines? Yep.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Nahambra. 4-month resub. Cool. So this is 23. Serial number is 23 on this. There we go. Your disrespect for the board is noted. All right. I'm an engineer. What do I know about disrespect? I just know numbers, remember? Still failing to see how this is my problem. So I don't know what I'm going to need to do, and I can't give you a timeline on the program we just voted for. It's a load of crap. It's a load of crap, pretty much. They laid out their plans as part of commercial. For it to be you're accountable to, why don't we get the same? Because we didn't just crap out the NSSL program out of nowhere, Loopy. This came from honing contracts over a very long period of time. We didn't just decide in the late 50s, early 60s that, oh, this is the NSSL contract. No, it was honed over time. That's what I'm trying to tell you. This rule set is going to demand missions be built in a certain way and timelines be done in a certain way. I can give you a rough estimate, but I don't think it's wise to do concrete timing because we don't know the scales here for what we're going to develop in KSP. And you know that's true. Sometimes it might take a week. Sometimes it might take less. This is how aerospace engineering works. Everything is constantly in flux. What I'm trying to tell you is that over time it's going to take... I need some time to figure out exactly what that flux is. What is our delta on our timelines here, right? Like, how long does this actually take? What's a reasonable development to be able to build a new launch vehicle, for instance? You know what I mean? Do I have to static fire stuff? Do I have to not static fire stuff? You know, do we have to test? What do we need to test? We need to test integration. Do we need a new crane? I could give you a general timeline, I guess, but nothing is going to be solid. And maybe except if we have solid boosters. But either way, everything's going to be in flux, which is why, like I said, I can't give you a timeline like right off the bat. I don't know for sure. I could give you some ideas and plans if you want at the beginning of each contract award if you want. We could do that. It's a problem because we gave you the time, but you decided to spend it on things other than the mission. Yeah, but if I complete the contract, why does that matter? Bye. Hey, Scotch, it's going good, man. Are we there yet? No! Close. Are we there yet? No! Hey, you guys gave me a timeline 3 weeks out. I budgeted the time accordingly, and I'm going to complete the mission on time. I still don't see how this is my issue. If you want, I'll just sit here and grind that out all the way to the moon right now. If you want. But see, why would I do that? The deadline is later. Why would I do this? Sure, do it. Why though? The deadline's on Saturday. Why would I? I haven't talked about it yet, Sirius. Doesn't the hard timelines inspire proper research and repercussions? Yeah, and you didn't give me one. Absolutely. Of course it does. Why do you guys think I'm so adamant about NASA landing on the moon in 2024? Because if you don't keep that deadline and they shortchange the funding, NASA's going to be building cranes for the next couple of years if you catch my drift. See what I'm talking about? Adamant. No, this is Patrick. We did give you one, and it was too short. I was nowhere near ready to be able to do something like that. Now I'm ready. We have a reasonable pathway to the moon. It's not the prettiest, but it's there. Well, that's not your problem. All right, lined up 90. Good. All right, drop this thing down here. There we go. Check for stage alignment here. We're good. I'm happy that you guys are happy about this. I'm glad that you like the way that you guys are passionate about the way this works. Honestly, I am. It's great. It's self-correcting over time. You'll get it. But I will scale my deadlines accordingly to what you give me. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I'm not going to do that. Of course I am. All right, let's just double check for alignment after the crane has been retracted. Still at 89.9, looking good. Would you rather we ended the program because the spirit of mission mode died when you did a backflip and recovered? That's really your prerogative, Van. I can't really say whether we can or can't do that. I'm not going to tell you how to vote. But it was so much of a cluster, I will say that a couple people, well, Pie Power in chat wrote a freaking safety advisory panel report about it. So, I mean, it was clearly a major screw up. We have a science mission directorate that we're working on too, Gartox. This scout mission is part of the science mission directorate. The science mission directorate doesn't really have deadlines per se, but you guys have pretty much said with my science mission directorate to get science from the moon. So that's what I'm doing. And also scouting landing sites at the same time. The Leopard missions and the Scout missions are the science mission directorate side of things. If you think you need a week, you can propose 2 to 3, 4 weeks as the only options, and no one can come back and say, wait a second, all of these times are full of it. Okay. I see what you guys are saying, and I'm going to go out of meta for a second. All right? Listen. There's real-life rocket launches that happen and that I'm not going to not cover. Okay? Real-life rocket launches happen. Real life happens. All right? As much as I'm here on the stream, I can't be here all the freaking time. I always budget a little bit over what I think I'm going to be able to do with the given mission options because I'm taking into account time that I may or may not have. If Starship does a static fire and then it does a launch after that and then there's a Starlink mission after that, like what's going to happen on Wednesday, we can't take that into account. That's impossible to take into account. So you understand? I'm adjusting accordingly, and I always take into account that we might be sitting here, or I might have a late night covering a rocket launch, and that could cut into mission mode. It's just smart planning, all right? I told you I would scale my engineering to the deadlines in good faith, and I absolutely am. It's fair if you don't build cranes during the time that you do have. See, you guys are playing this bullcrap game, all right? Look, if I didn't work on cranes, we'd already be on the moon right now. If I was already on the moon right now, you guys would be having the same damn conversation about, you know, did we give him too much time? Did we give him too much time? I'm damned if I do, damned if I don't. I don't know how you guys can't see this, but it must be because, you know, you're from the outside looking in. If I had gone to the moon right away instead of working on cranes, we would have gotten much more testing done, and we probably would be there already. So, how is that in my best interest to you know, get stuff done on time? Because now, oh, he just went to the moon in 2 weeks. Every deadline he should have 2 weeks now, right? You guys would have automatically done that. That's what I mean about you guys would have automatically defaulted, oh, he doesn't need that much time. And then with a next program, like upgrading the launch pad or going somewhere else or building an orbital vehicle where we need more time, chat's going to have the idea that, oh, you know, we should give him 2 weeks funding, right? We should give him 2 weeks funding because that's how long it took him to get to the moon. That's how long it took the lunar extension. When you're not compounding the entire lunar program on top of that, including the missed deadline. I know you guys wouldn't do that. You guys aren't thinking that crazy about this. Come on. Come on. There's give and take, guys. And I like this bartering system. I think it's fine. I'm taking into account and scaling my deadlines accordingly. That's why we need the timeline broken down. Instead of just 3 weeks to the moon, it should be 1 week for each of the parts. No, it shouldn't, Yarg. Because what happens if there's rocket launches all in a week and I miss the deadline? You guys seem to want this to be make an impossible scenario for EJ, so we're right. Like, that seems to be what this is turning into, and that's fine. If you want to play the game that way, that's okay.
Discovery.
I don't know, Fran. You tell me. Tiger Fang, 28-month resub. What about a droid attack on the Wookiees? You failed to factor that in. There's a big difference between a return to flight and new architecture. So, next time a vote gets cast, take that into account. And now we're back to please just tell us what you're going to do. Wow. You guys like going in circles. Loopy, I know. We've addressed that already. We've gotten back to it, right? We've gotten back to that. Look, I don't know. That's the truth of the matter. I don't know. They didn't have a set timeline for Apollo. It was just get to the moon by the end of the decade. They had to fill in the blanks from there. And every subsequent program for testing and design has been based off of that. I'll figure out better timelines over time because we have to hone the system. I could give you estimates. What if those estimates are wrong? Then I miss the deadline and you guys get pissed off at me anyway. See what I'm talking about? It's better to give leeway right now. Just because you're giving me leeway right now doesn't mean that I, will need it in the future. I'll get better at this over time. I got to take into account time to learn. I got to figure out what I implemented with mission mode. And part of it is me metaing you guys and saying it's not my freaking problem. I know what that's doing. You don't think I don't know what that's doing? That's getting you pissed off at me. And you're going to short me on the next deadline. You don't think I see that coming? It's fine. It's just natural interaction as far as I'm concerned. Working as intended. Seriously. Are you using Scotty time? No, I'm using engineering time. It's always going to take more time than you think. You're causing a ruckus. I'm in here and I heard a ruckus. Don't mess with the bull, young man. You'll get the horns. I like the passion though, guys. I really do. This is awesome. It's making me so happy because you also will learn over time with what not to do. And hopefully you get some perspective on why the space program goes so slow or why it is the way that it is. I mean, I can only hope. That's the intention, at least. Scotty the engineer. I know. So you want me to write an RFP for your thing? I'm not saying, Luffy, I'm not saying that I shouldn't do that. I'm saying that I don't know what the RFP is going to entail because I don't know how long it takes to engineer something on a deadline like this. You got to give me some time to scale it. And this is what I mean. This goes back to the first thing that I said, dudes. I can't give you a solid deadline on this right now. We started to hone it naturally. We started to hone that deadline naturally with coming up with the Luna 1, the Luna 2, the Luna 3 mission, etc., etc. It started to get honed naturally, and mission mode was taking its course, and now everybody's making a fuss about it, which it's fine. But what I'm telling you is just be patient. The system is self-correcting on purpose. If I screw up and miss a deadline, then it's my problem, right? But it became my problem, and then you guys shot yourself in the foot by giving me 3 weeks extra to make sure. But see, the reverse of that is that we have good mission assurance now. I've tested all systems. I'm confident in the architecture now. It's fine. The only thing that's going to get me from not landing on the moon in time is some catastrophic screw up on my part. Yeah, because that makes sense. When they got the Apollo engineers and they said build the space shuttle, right? They said, well, you have a lot of experience doing this fast with the Saturn V, so you should do it fast with the space shuttle. That works, right? How did that end? Oh yeah, that ended poorly. Nice. I already used the extra time for cranes, Nova Light. You guys are just mad that I used it before I got back to the moon, that's all. But if I still get to the moon in time, right? If I still get to the moon in time, then what difference does it make if I use the cranes, if I work on cranes first or last? Yeah, but I'm not, Fron. I'm confident in my systems. think you guys are just getting hung up on the ha gotcha thing. You're missing the point if you're trying to be like, whoa, what about this? You're missing the point entirely, but hey, like I said, I appreciate the enthusiasm. This is great. I like the passion, I really do. As someone that's super passionate about the space program myself, I dig it, man. This is great. I'm actually having fun with this. This is a good time. You're assuming everything will go as intended on the first go. Yeah, I assumed that, Gaw, and then it didn't. And this is the second attempt, remember? And you guys got a short memory. Holy crap. You're pinning on the king snake. I don't know what that means. No, I haven't, A's. Oh, those are sick, dude. Is that my... Oh, that looks like a Colorado on the right. Cool, man. And if you don't make this one, I'll make it.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Once again, I'm confident. I got just got to leave, and that's what I mean. Mission mode is kind of, it's a la carte. If you want it, it's there. If you don't want to vote, you just want to sit back and chill and watch me play KSP, there you go. That's also an option. You're not obligated to join in on mission mode. You don't have to join in on voting. What do you think is a fair penalty after missing the deadline? That's up to you guys. My finger slipped and hit spacebar by accident, but I have a safety system in place, so it's not a problem. The rules are already there. You guys have a lot more power than you think you do. I'd advise you to go read the rules. I gave you guys way more leeway than anybody in their right mind would. You think that's smart, giving literally the keys to your space program to the hive mind of chat? That's basically what I did. And I did it in good faith. Other streamers would call me nuts for doing that. Now your SRBs are going. Yeah, they're not. They're inerted, so it's really not a problem. Are you calling me a B? Hey, RB. People have called you nuts. I know. You have more bolts than nuts. I mean, really depends. You're gonna love my nuts. What's up, Tara? How you doing? Chat's getting angry at me because I chose to mess with cranes the other day over the Luna deadline. Okay, my proposal is 75% current rep if you miss it, and 50% rep only if you succeed by doing shenanigans. Like the last time to save Kerbals. Yarg. You don't... I'm giving you a rule set and a guide for how to do things, and you're saying, no, I want to do it my way. There's a system in place on purpose. Alright? Here's this perfectly good and valid rule set. No, I propose this. You don't get to counterpoint here. That's not how this works. See last, please, about the King Snake. Well, I gotta get this mission done, Forge, so can we talk about it on Wednesday or something? What's the King Snake? Just type out what it is. Engineer procrastination. You guys are cute.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Vulcan, what's up? 17 months for me. That's less than the number of months to Artemis 1. Yeah, Vulcan, are you ready? I'm ready, man. It's going to be amazing. You get to choose a penalty and then says you can't. Man, you guys really like moving those goalposts around, dudes. The rules are pretty dang clear. Rule 4.3, anything you develop and test in engineering mode counts as a design you have to buy. Okay. So what? How was your bitser size, Taradra? How many rockets have been built in this outside bay? I've built 73 rockets in this launch complex. That was various rockets though. This particular craft file, this is the third launch for this pad. Third use for the crane, second use for the service structure. I have to maintain the buildings, Casimir. So every time I have to recover them once or twice, which is why we're getting some crane sag here, but it's all right. Sag happens with age, ain't it the truth? You've been developing your cranes in engineering mode. You won't be able to afford them for a long while. I know. Man. Yeah, I know. Like, that. This is what I mean, guys. You call the crane thing procrastination. I call it meta research for down the road with KSP in mission mode. I don't have to buy the designs. I get the meta. In reality, I'm planning. So, okay. All right. I'll lay down my playbook, all right? And I shouldn't do this. But I'll lay down my playbook anyway. I was simultaneously working on cranes to try and down the road be able to do more with less, because I knew that you guys were going to short me if I worked on cranes, okay? And so far, you guys are getting played like a fiddle, and it's actually kind of funny. I predicted this. Like, as screwed up as it sounds, I knew that if I worked on cranes, that this conversation would happen. But I'm hedging my bets, all right? Because I know you're going to short me on the next deadline because EJ took his time, he worked on the cranes and procrastinated. But see, the funny thing about this is that I already have the knowledge about how to work on cranes. Yeah, I did use the time for the lunar program to work into that. But you guys had already set the deadline. And this is what I mean about scaling it appropriately. You wanted me to come up with a plan. I came up with a plan, and I had the plan figured out the second you guys made that deadline. Well, maybe not the second, like a day later or something. The cranes are for down the road if we need to build a bigger rocket. I have a crane, and I know how to make cranes to be able to do it. Even if it is in engineering mode, I don't need to buy the design. I have the meta figured out. Okay, now I'm really mad. Did you know that water is wet? No. The engineering mode builds don't have to be purchased. The engineering mode has always been my R&D save. I hedged my bets. The other thing that I hedged against is the fact that I might not be able to unlock the VAB right away. I pretty much stopped working on the cranes when I figured out that it only cost 500 Gs to upgrade this. I was working on the cranes when I thought it was going to take 1.5 million to upgrade this and make a bigger launch pad. The idea is that if the lunar program failed, I could make a bigger rocket right off the bat and get there if I failed. It's not industrial spying, Jesus. Only watch, no play. Well, I do missions, Casimir. I can do commercial missions, which I do have a commercial mission. And then I also have a chat-funded mission here in the form of our lunar lander. Time spent in engineering mode should have cost EJ R&D. It ain't free. Yes, call the ULA sniper, man. Hey, but I could buy the designs. But see, that's open-ended. I knew that was going to happen. Inhibit. I'll be honest with you. I left the rule open in case something came along, like another helicopter thing, or cranes, or building trains, or whatever. You guys wanted to see cranes, so I did it, and I figured out a way to eventually work it into mission mode. Another thing to take into account is that I'm not... Alright, fellas, one thing I can't do is stack the deck against myself any more than I already am. Because if I do, then I'm just going to fail every deadline and you're going to be mad at me. I have to give this leeway into stuff like this, because you never know when a game is going to come out or a rocket launch is going to happen. I also have to balance out content to make sure that I have something here every freaking day for you to look at that doesn't bore you to death. And believe me, sometimes it still does. Like, I had to fix the whole dartboard thing. Nobody gave a crap about that. I hemorrhaged off like 200 viewers when I was fixing the dartboard yesterday. Or not yesterday, on Saturday. It is what it is, dude. Actually, 4.3 says no engineering mode. It says no engineering mode for mission mode, Mossy, right? But that's in the context of testing vehicles. I can't take Freedom 10 into engineering mode. That was the idea behind that rule. But there's no rules in there for... There's no rules in there for going and screwing around in engineering mode to learn how to play KSP. And yes, you could see that as a loophole, but also at the same time, if I have people up my tailpipe about building cranes all the time, right? It's clearly what people wanted to see in the heat of that moment. The idea is that I have leeway to play off that reaction. And learning stuff in engineering mode, because it's an R&D save at heart, is inevitable. So what am I to do? If I choose not to use cranes if I choose not to buy the cranes from engineering mode and bring them in here, I'm going to have to make and test another crane. I'm going to have to build it from scratch and test it in here. And if it falls over and blows up, well, guess what? That's money out of my pocket. No problem, Cam. I'm glad, like I said, dude, a lot of passion in chat. I dig it. I like it. I like this. You guys really, I can tell you guys really enjoy this. And that's good. That's a good thing.
Discovery.
So green, as far as I'm concerned, system's working as intended. Great stream. Keep up the good work. Always learn something. Hey, thanks for the 5 months, KM. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. All right. All right. Too complicated, Hibbit. It's too complicated. You're complicating the rules too much. The rules have to be simple, man. If I had to pay an R&D fee for mission mode, I would just go there every time. Because, yeah, but that doesn't make sense. So say you guys want something like Neptune in the save, right? You guys, see, this is what I mean. Just because that rule is there right now and you say, well, oh, geez, you're abusing that rule right now. What happens down the road when I have a Neptune rocket that costs $1 million to put out on the pad? I'm just going to go into mission mode. 50 G's, no problem. See, but if I do that, that rule will come back to bite you guys. And I'm saying that out of good faith. I could just be like, oh, yeah, sure, no problem. And I could sit here and we could build $1 million vehicle and I could pay $50K to get it done in mission mode. Everything would work right. And if everything works right, I launch it once in mission mode. And where's the fun in that? See what I mean? And I know one could make the argument, oh, well, computer simulation and they could just simulate it on the computer. Trying to quantify that makes no sense because of the different craft file. And I know now what people are going to say is, oh, well, why don't you correlate it to the cost of the vehicle in time? And that's too complicated. That's too complicated to keep track. I'm not paying an accountant here. I don't want an accountant to sit here and come up with like how much this costs and how much that costs. No, the rules need to stay simple. If the rules are complicated and they're way too complicated, that's going to alienate people that want to come in and enjoy mission mode because the rules are too crazy. So the rules have to stay general like that. And of course, you're going to have give and take sometimes. But at the same time, you have that give and take, right? But that's just kind of a byproduct of creating any rule set. There are loopholes. Like, look at the Formula One rules, for instance. There are loopholes all over the place. Were they intended to be there? No. But that's what makes Formula One fun if you enjoy watching cars go in circles all day with left and right turns. I do. How do we make room for developing airplanes in mission mode? I don't know. He said no barge boards on the rocket. Yeah, Mossy, and they had to pay the price for it, dude. I think I'm at a reasonable point where I really don't need to do that. I don't need to do... I know what's going to work, and I know what's not going to work to a reasonable extent. Hellfish, you sparked a nutso conversation, man. Alright. Yeah, Kuju, I'm right there with you. Alright. Let's get this mission figured out. We're in good phasing, actually. Actually, we'll set the T0 time after we do another alignment check here. Do you recognize the guy on the left handing the flag to the other guy? No. Looks very familiar. But I don't know, Bill. This guy. Yeah. Dude, Elon poached a bunch of people from freaking Air Force, man. It's awesome. Do you think it's practical to build launch sites on the moon or Minmus with the system moon or Minmus with the systems you got working? Maybe. It adds flexibility. Element. Nice. That's cool, Phil. Yeah, Gustav, I'm not worried about the parachutes. It'll be fine. What did you think of the season 3 of Drive to Survive? I've only seen the first episode. The difference is that F1 closes the loopholes when Ferrari uses them, but not when Mercedes does. Yeah. Yeah, green, but I have to find time, right? I've been way too addicted to that Air Force Museum channel. All right, guys. Let's get ready for a mission here. Let's check for alignment. 89.9. Check for alignment on the second stage. 89.9. We're good. Check for alignment on first stage decoupler. 89.9. First stage avionics. That's negative because this is intentionally installed upside down because it's designed to fly first stage backwards. That's correct. Okay, we are in good alignment across the board. Alignment check has passed. What I'm going to do now is go into the visualize auto struts. Okay, root part is indicating the second stage avionics adapter. Perfect. Okay, alignment check and hierarchy check is good. Staging check. Got to stage the vehicle correctly. I know that the chutes aren't staged. That's not a problem. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is something new that I keep remembering that I need to do with the boosters. We need to dry fire the boosters. So, just give me a second here and make sure that we have crossfeed disabled out. Consider this, it's not really a static fire, but... The core is the correct way up. Yes. Perfect. Okay, we're good. Disable crossfeed. Shut down the engines for now. Static fire. It's basically static fire on a reused booster. That's confirmed. Perfect. Okay, stage the rest of the vehicle. That's fairing separation right there. Or not fairing separation, fairing decoupler, fairing coupler separation right there. Then we have main separation. And then engine ignition, and then we need ullage motors. The fairing actually doesn't need to be in that group by itself. So I want the fairing attachment separator, the first stage, second stage separator, poodle ignition, and ullage motor ignition. And then we'll separate the fairing like right after that. This is a decoupler for the payload dispenser. That can just go all the way up there. That doesn't need to be anywhere. And then after that, we'll have, yeah, okay. The top of that stuff is all good. Are you launching today? Yes. We're going to the moon, guys. That's where we're heading. Okay. Good. All right. Let's coordinate a T0 time here. I usually work at about 7 to 8 minutes. With a Freedom 10 launch, it's going to be pretty simple. So Scout 2, GNP 2, rideshare. Here, payload is 3.2. It's nothing. This third launch, 73rd total. We'll coordinate at T0 time, year 3, day 160. 05. Let's go 40 on the dot with a planned 2-minute hold at T minus 2 minutes. Okay, looking good. Why are the chutes red? Because this booster is reused. I didn't load the drag chute, guys, because I was talking to you. I was talking to you all about. I was talking to you guys about the funding and stuff. I forgot to load them. It's not really that big of a problem. It's redundant to the brakes. We don't necessarily need them, and I know that. I am 100% confident. If I wasn't 100% confident in that system, I would roll this service structure this way and do it. But trust me, it's fine. Okay, we're going to begin early fuel load. Early fuel load on the recovery engines. This mission will be recovered. We will get that first stage to fly back. It's going to be a long flight back, but we'll do it. We have to be a little bit careful about using fuel with the first stage. This first stage is going to fly really far down range. We want to stage, our staging velocity on the first stage shouldn't go over 1 kilometer a second. If it goes over 1 kilometer a second, that's reaching the upper cross range capability of that booster on the way back. Yeah, it's going to be hard to get it back, but I do want to try to get 17 back. Okay. Prop load on the recovery systems is complete. Stage monopropellant systems. Need to be replenished. Stage monoprop systems are replenished. We're going to open up the first to second stage fill and drain valves here. Okay, first and second stage valves are open. Okay, go for prop load. Flight director is reporting a go for prop load here on the first stage. Yeah, we don't need them, Loopy. They're just supplementary. Honestly, the brakes on the first stage, yeah, it'll stop in time. It's just gonna need a little bit more runway, and we have plenty of runway. That's why I just said screw it. You guys want to see a launch? You get Nancy in your pantsy. You guys wanted a launch. I can see it because people are asking. Do you play iRacing? Sometimes. Sometimes meaning pretty much never. Silent, I did play a long time ago, but we play Assetto Corsa. That's what I'm trying to say. But I'm focused on the mission right now, so bear with me on that one, okay? First stage prop load is at 50%. That's the reason, Mossy, yeah. Yeah, you have to buy all the cars. All the cars are paid content concrete. That's why I don't do it. I'm not putting an amateur entry-level racing league behind a paywall like that. That's why we play Assetto, where all the mod content is free. No, it's not the best simulation around, but it's free. You know what I'm saying? Okay, we are finishing first stage top off at this time and starting second stage prop load. What affects speed? Tank volume, Zelter. Bigger tank going into a smaller tank is going to be slower. Smaller tank going into a bigger tank is faster. In KSP, do you try and mimic what SpaceX and NASA are currently doing? It's kind of a blend between some stuff that they're doing, Frank, and then some of my own stuff. I did the whole copy SpaceX thing. I figured out how to land boosters. I figured out how to reuse them. Like, I have my Condor 9, which is my Kerbal-alike Falcon 9. And my Collins space shuttle, which is just it's basically an analog for the real space shuttle. It is a scaled performance shuttle for KSP. It works exactly like the real one in terms of delta V margins, but it's designed for Kerbin over Earth, right? Yeah, I've made exact copies of stuff before, but this I've kind of gotten to a point where I know enough about this where I can just make my own stuff. Like my shuttles over there. See, these three shuttles, all been into space, each one of them. They're sitting here with a bracket so I can pick them up because there's no docking port on the nose cone, so they have the bracket, right? I can pick this up and set them on top of a rocket, take the bracket off and, you know, put it down. And the shuttles can fly up into space and come back down. They land on the runway. I tow them back over here, put them on their processing stand, fill them up with fuel, and then send them again, right? These shuttles are not really any particular design. It kind of has some parts from the space shuttle. They kind of have some parts from Dream Chaser. They kind of have some parts from an HL-20. They kind of have some parts from the original Von Braun shuttle design. There are some parts that are inspired by Max Fizet's DC-3. Yeah, it's kind of a bunch of different things. So, I mean, it's really like all my own stuff. But chat does help me engineer it from time to time. So it's not wholly mine. They do help. Okay, prop load is complete. We are sitting at T-minus 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Gonna close off second stage fueling valves now.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Second stage fueling is closed off for stage is pressing for flight. Is Dart on Kerbal X? It isn't Roblox, but I have to put stuff on Kerbal X per the mission mode rules. I'm getting to that. That rule kind of fell a little bit to the wayside because of the Quarren streams. Hey Sim, 9 months, congratulations, it's a nerd. All right. Okay, we are go for sequencer start. I'm gonna power on the first stage avionics module here. First stage avionics is operational, reading operational to flight controllers now. All systems are looking good. Okay, we're gonna now begin engine chill down here. Cycling the throttle. Okay. Pressing first stage for flight. First stage is reading full flight pressure across the board. Stand by for TVC checkout. Of course I can, Plums. TVC checkout is confirmed. We got one KD-180 engine reporting nice and healthy. Making sure that all tanks are open. Okay. Whew. All right. We're sitting at T-minus 1 minute and 18 seconds. I'm going to make sure that all same vessel interaction is good. Yep. 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 Okay, same vessel collisions across the vehicle is green and healthy. Let's just make sure the pad is in the same configuration. Yep, we should have same vessel collision on this piece right here. Yep, we are good. All systems looking real good. Reporting no major problems here as we enter the final count. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. It was already confirmed tape. Root part was part of the initial count sequence here. We're sitting at T-minus 42 seconds and counting. Count's going a little slow because we have a lot of parts in the scene, guys. That's all. No sound suppression system. How would I do that? How would I make a sound suppressor? I could make like a little bunch of rocket engines that shoot flames out in one direction, Kuro, if you really wanted. We could make like a movable flame trench that I could put in and we'd have to replace the rockets on it and fire them, you know. That'd actually be kind of cool. Yeah, but it would be another step, you know. Drain valves? Yeah, we can do that. Okay, Rock, report range status. Status check. Go Scout 2. Go GNR 2. Or GNP 2. Go Freedom 10B. Rock is clear to proceed with terminal count. T-minus 19 seconds and counting. $20 seconds. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. And liftoff. Liftoff. Freedom 10B carrying the Scout 2 landing mission supporting the Lunar program and the GNP-2 satellite destined for lunar orbit. We've cleared the tower. Roll program is initiated. Vehicle's now pitching downrange. Roll program is complete. Vehicle's now throttling back for maximum dynamic pressure. Thank you, sir. Yeah, I see it, Rocket Guy. It's done. Not with this pad design, Galen, but another one maybe. Dynamic pressures at 10,000 pascals and increasing. Vehicle is now 5 kilometers in altitude, traveling at 200 meters a second, 11,000 pascals. Dynamic pressure still increasing. Vehicle is entering the transonic regime here. System's still looking good on the flight here. We have max Q. Maximum dynamic pressure. Vehicle is now transonic, or supersonic, excuse me. Throttling back up out of the throttle bucket. Next step in the flight here is main engine cutoff. Once again, we're looking for a staging velocity around 1,000, mid to high 900, 600 meters a second, and increasing. 700, 800. We might see a little bit of shock heating here. 900. Okay, we have MECO confirmed at 992. Stand by for separation. Good separation confirmed here. Everything looking real good there. Real good. Something like that in Nambra way back in the day. Yeah, absolutely. Stand by for fairing separation. Fairing separation confirmed. Burning a little bit radial in to lower that AP, so I can circularize faster. That's kind of at the expense of efficiency, but we have overestimated them. I overestimated the margins on purpose for this exact reason, just in case I flew a little bit too high with the second stage. Okay, we have second stage engine cutoff confirmed. 80 by 88, nominal orbital insertion on the stage. Okay, perfect. Okay, system's looking good. Switching over back to the first stage now. What's the TWR of the second stage? It's pretty high because that's a Poodle engine. So the first stage is just a little bit coasted past apogee. What I could do if we wanted to get a little crazy here is I could do a boost back. We have the margin this time. I'll see if we could get away with it. Whoa, Nelly. Well, that certainly is going to help us. Using the monoprop systems here. Put reaction wheels? Don't need them. Reaction wheels are a waste of money when you engineer a good vehicle. I only need reaction wheels inside of like spacecraft and stuff, man. Okay. We have loss of signal as expected. Vehicles going through re-entry. We have reacquisition of signal. Safing the reaction control systems. Vehicle is transonic. Do that when they're on the ground, Loopy. I recover the docking port when the stage recovery vehicle grabs it. I want my money back, man. Why pop it? You just take it back and recover it. Okay, shutting out first stage tanks. Vehicle is in flying cigar mode. And returning back to the launch site. 17 is returning back after its second flight. How many G's? 8. You like it, Wookie? It's pretty cool. It's a weird design, man. Like, once again, okay, I want to be very clear. The goal of mission mode is plausible realism, okay? With that being said, that would not fly like that. I think, I know I look like a moron, but I'd like to think that I know a little bit about aerodynamics. That would have some real problems flying. The wing isn't big enough. But in Kerbal, it works perfectly well within the confines of this, so. It is a little quirky. In real life, we've talked about it, and maybe you'll do this after the Luna program. In real life, we would need a more elliptical wing. If we had a more elliptical wing, then this thing would work. You have enough thrust, you don't need wings. Yeah, well, we have a lot of thrust, man. These engines can really cook. Nice, I watch. Are there any plans to do Duna missions in your mission mode save? Yes, Voodoo, of course. But chat, once again, and we were talking about this when I was staging this mission. Chat votes on that, man. Chat gets to decide where I go. I give them a reasonable thing. So, like, I'll give you, for instance, like, chat's first thing, we started off with getting orbital capability. And then we started off with manned orbital capability, right? We got those. And then we went to, chat decided they wanted to do reusable rockets. So I did reusable rockets, and they decided we needed a crew vehicle for that reusable rocket. So I decided, I said, do you want a pod or do you want a shuttle? Right? They said they wanted a shuttle. And then once we had good architecture for getting crew up into space, then chat said, okay, build a space station. I said, do you want to go to the moon or do you want to go to the space station? They said, build a space station. So I built the space station. And then after I got the space station up and running, they said, you should go to the moon. And I'm like, okay, so now our current goal is go to the moon. See how, like, it's kind of slowly building. Once we go to the moon, I'll straight up be real with you guys. Once we go to the moon and we do that, the honest thing is, do we want sustained lunar presence? Do we want more moon landings? What do you want? Like, that's kind of, and you don't need to answer now. Just, that's the next poll. I'll tell you. Do you want sustained lunar missions? Do you want to go to Minmus? You want to land on Minmus? Or do you want to say screw it and go for Duna? You know what I mean? Like, what do you want to do? Like, what do we want to do? Well, deadlines are going to get a little more complicated, PY, when we go interplanetary, because I don't do time warps outside of SOIs. Remember that. I don't do time warps outside of SOIs. All right? Any inside of a planet, so Kerbin, the Moon, and Minmus, you can time warp at as your heart's content for whatever the mission goal is, right? But if we're going to Duna, you're going to have to allot me out a certain amount of days, right? But I have a transfer window. So, yeah, see what I mean? Like, we have to plan, the deadlines have to plan around the transfer window, not necessarily landing there. Because that's all set in stone. I can't change that. We want a new Death Star to replace the blown up Death Stars. That's a bad strategy, Thrawn. I told you. It's a bad strategy. The real strategy would be to make more Star Destroyers. I told you. Can you get fuel in situ on the moon? Of course you can. What's the Mars equivalent? Duna is the Mars equivalent, Genak. Then Eve is the Venus equivalent. And then Moho is kind of like Mercury. And then Jewel is kind of like Jupiter. And then the moons around Jewel, the Julian moons are like the Jovian moons. So Lathe is kind of like Titan, right? And then Drez is kind of, there's Drez in the game, that's kind of like Ceres. And then there's Elu in the game, which is kind of like Pluto. yeah, exactly, Zonku, right? Could you get fuel from the real moon? Water ice on the moon, T-Man, haven't you been paying attention? Of course you can. What is water? Chemically. H2O. What is a rocket like? Oh, I don't know. Let's say ULA's upper stage. The Centaur stage, what does that take? Liquid fuel is H2, LH2, and the liquid oxidizer is LO2. Yeah, there's fuel on the moon. There's a lot of fuel on the moon. Land on Jewel. Nah, I don't think we should do that. I don't think that's a good idea, man. Just land the space shuttle on the moon. Hey, I said plausible realism, okay? And I know I'm saying that while flying around a cigarette that looks like it's all filter and no smoke, right? It looks like the cigarettes from Fifth Element, but I'm gonna draw the line at sending the stupid shuttle to the moon, especially when you have Saturn V and the Sea Dragon at the same time. No For All Mankind crap up in here. You guys also got to understand that I have a science mission directorate. We have the science missions, which is what we just launched, right? And then we also have the the Kerbal exploration missions. Kerbal exploration is set on the moon right now. The science mission directorate is also set on the moon. You guys can switch the science mission directorate if we want to. Talk amongst your peers, Big Papa. Yeah, Dave, that's the whole intention, was to teach. You guys also, at the end of the Luna mission, we also have to say, I want to know whether you guys want to keep the Liberty program going. Because the Liberty program is still operating. I did a crew rotation the other day. It's a good way to get science, and it's a good way to train your Kerbals. Alright, PY. Good night, man. До свидания. Canadian, if that's what you guys want to do, if you guys want to use the moon as an R&D testing area for concepts for other planets, I don't have a problem with that. That's literally what the Artemis program is supposed to do. Okay, we have acquisition of signal. The boosters come back over the hill here. Boosters currently traveling at, what is it, 400 knots? This thing's hauling, man. It's going pretty fast. See, the whole point of this exercise is to get you guys to think. You guys are contributing to this, seriously. You want me to build a bigger lifter? I'll build a bigger lifter. You want me to go back to the moon? You want me to stay on the moon? You want to build a launch pad on the moon? Well, I mean, we can do that if we want to. We want Sea Dragon? I don't have tankage big enough to make Sea Dragon right now. I think you should just restart. And like usual, Taradra, I'm going to disregard your opinion. Congratulations, you're almost Yargnit tier. Love you too, buddy. I don't think anyone can reach Yargnit tier, ever, except Yarg. No one will replace Yargnit in my heart. How do I watch races live? I pay for cable, Triton, like a boomer. Alright, coming in on final. Well, I have cable because I want to watch sports, Zonku, but it really makes sense. Instead of subscribing to F1 and NASCAR and all these other stupid streaming services, cable does everything under one roof. So I can literally watch any sport. The cool thing about that is that I can watch any sport right from my computer. All I got to do is tell them that my ISP is, you know, my ISP, and they'll be like, oh, yeah, there you go. Sure. Okay, gears down. So, cable actually makes sense for me in that regard if I want to watch sports. And I can watch it live streaming here for free. Well, not for free, but because cable is roped in with my internet and stuff, it's actually not that big of a boneheaded move. But yeah, I watch Formula 1 on ESPN. The ESPN rebroadcast is just Sky, so I have to listen to Crofty just like everybody else. And the lights out in a way, and oh my god, I'm gonna raise my voice anytime some action happens on the track to try and make it more exciting. Oh my god, they've changed tires. Oh my god, I'm watching paint dry. Oh my goodness. Okay. Scrape the interstage a little bit, but we alright. What color paint? We're watching the color paint of the silver arrows. And look, oh, Ferrari has had a problem. Oh, I'm secretly celebrating, but I can't show it because I have to be unbiased. And Lewis Hamilton wins again. All right. 17 is rolling out. Yeah, see, with the chutes, we would have stopped over here. Without the chutes, we stopped down here. Wow, thanks for spoiling F1. I don't need to watch anymore. Oh, my bad, man, my bad. He also likes to despise the small team. Dude, he hates Ferrari. He loves jerking Lewis Hamilton on oh, Lewis, such a good driver. Oh, my God. You just like the Englishman, you Englishman. Don't deny it. Oh, look, Ferrari's. Oh, Sebastian Vettel is going off the track again. Oh god. Like you could tell he loves it every time that happens. It's so annoying. What year and day are you on? Year 3, day 60. Yeah, me too, Hardscape. You know what I really miss? Murray Walker and James Hunt. God damn it. That sucks. Thank goodness you have a good Belgian commentator. Yeah, I gotta listen to Crofty. They got rid of the American. Don't try to inhale and talk at the same time, guys. It turns out that doesn't work very well. They got rid of the American commentators. I have Sky Sports, but it's restreamed on ESPN. Does that count as a tail strike? I designed it that way, T-Man. So like, I wasn't too worried about striking the tail on this. Yeah, we struck the tail hard, absolutely. But also at the same time, it's a fairing. Fairings have pretty high impact tolerance, so I'm not really worried. Oh, we're gonna hit a bump here. Don't flip over. Oh, geez. Okay. No, Winston, I do not. Mother's Polish. I don't know if you guys have Mothers over there, dude. They're a brand that makes like carnauba wax for your car and stuff. Mothers actually got, like, the people at Mothers got sick of all the commercial interruptions, so they bought out all the commercial slots for the entire Formula One season with ESPN. They bought it all out. In return, like at the beginning and ending of the Formula One cast, they have to say, the ESPN Formula One cast presented by Mothers. Oh, you could be damn sure I went and bought some Mothers products after that. I have a bunch of carnauba wax at my folks' house. Because, yeah, we actually get F1 commercial free, which is really nice. Maguire's is better. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, yeah, sure. I bet you it is. I'm still buying Mothers. You don't know how nice it is to have commercial-free Formula One guys. Yeah, they did. Yeah, no commercials. It's friggin' money, dude. And we have the whole Skycast. My one problem is that they only really start broadcasting like maybe 30 minutes before the race, and then they stop broadcasting like maybe 30 minutes after. So I don't really get to see all the cool extra interviews that Sky does, because then ESPN goes back into Merca TV mode and we gotta show you these commercials, you know? So that kind of sucks, but it is what it is. All right, 17 is rolling back here for ready to be recovered for a second flight. Yeah, hardscape. Oh, it was terrible. Oh yeah, NASCAR gets unbearable at times, Vulcan. All right, we have wheel stop. 17 is back. Beginning booster safing procedures now. Closing out the tanks. All tanks are closed out. Evac safing monopropellant systems. Monoprop systems are saved. Powering down the stage. Stage is unpowered. Locking out the control surfaces. Control surface lockout is complete. Another booster back. I'll put that thing right back on the pad for one of the transfer vehicle missions. We'll use 17 again. But in the meantime, we going to the moon, boys and girls. What I wonder is if real-life jet engines would mind being pushed backwards in supersonic. No, Bill, how I would solve that problem is on the back of the engines, have an SR-71 nose cone. So a retractable nozzle, or a retractable cone. So when the engines are going up, the nose cones would be deployed forward, so they would aerodynamically act more like strap-on boosters, right? And then, you know, when we're ready to go, the nose cone retracts and the engine turns on. And the intakes on the bottom, I don't need to worry about those. Well, you probably need to worry about them during re-entry, so I'd probably have nose cones on either side. These engines, if we were going to do a booster like this, would end up looking more like attachable boosters with nose cones on either side. They would look like attachable fuel tanks. But yeah, that would work. The engine part, I think I could do. Like, I think the engine part is doable. It's the it's the wing part. The wing would be a little weird to understand because it's outside of the plasma bow shock on re-entry. It would toast it on the way down. Like, the wing would get cut off and the thing would end up looking like a biplane. Kelly Johnson copied the nose cone of the MiG-21. You should call them MiG-21 nose cones. No, Clint, you should. This is my stream. I can call it whatever the frick I want, man. You jelly? What's up, Clint? How you doing, buddy? All right, let's go to the moon. Well, Clint, then you need to tell me who designed that nose cone on the MiG-21. Do you even know? I know. Do you know? I'm wondering. All right. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right, all right. Sikorsky. Sikorsky is an American helicopter designer. Nice try, though. All right, let's get the music back up. Bob designed it. How did you know? All right, let's get in good phase here with the moon. Good phase. Okay. Oh, geez. Too much. We could just go straight for an insertion. I was going to put it in free return, but we don't really need to. If it fails, whatever. It's really not that big of a deal. I mean, it's not ideal, but it'll be alright. Good slingshot right there. Perfect. All right. Yeah, this will be fine. Have you ever tried DCS? Yes? Mm-hmm. Oh. Well, good to know that the thrusters are working. Stage is repositioning, standing by for translunar injection here. Of course it does, Kuro. Flight controllers now getting ready to command the stage to go to GameStop. You are go for GameStop. There we go. Stand by for payload separation. Yeah, Rocket, I'm with you on that one. We have good separation of the scout. Okay. Okay, we have good TLI. Leg deploy is nominal. Okay. I'm gonna re-enable all reaction control thrusters on the stage here. Okay. Stand by for separation on GNP2. We have good deploy on GNP2. GNP2 now boost itself. Oh, we need to find the angry triangle. There it is. For retrograde insertion, that's where we're at right there. Perfect. Actually, if I slowed this down a little bit, this might get us to where we need. So I'm using the gyros on the payload to push ourselves into the right orbit here. Give or take. What is GNP2 mission? Commercial ride share. Perfect. All right. Good insertion there for GNP. Let me, what's the apogee on that? 5 hours, 40 minutes, 4 hour, 36. Okay. Everything is looking good. So what we're going to do now is we're going to time warp, but I'm going to time warp, and the GNP2 is going to hit Parasynthian before, actually, you know what? I don't want to time warp. I want to plan this maneuver. There's the maneuver for GNP2. Now I got to do a little bit of an inclination change on the rover. I don't want it to be stuck in this inclined orbit. I'm targeting Site 2 right there. The anomaly that's at Site 2. There's also another anomaly at Site 1. What does GNP stand for? Goliath National Products. I put the flag right on the front. See? Okay. The other thing we have to do is deorbit the second stage at its apogee. Of course I could, username. Scout 2, lander. Okay. I'm just going to shore up the lander's orbit. We had a little bit of deviation. I don't understand, Patient. Are you still talking about Crofty? I'm just poking fun for what it's worth. Just on a side note, just in case anybody actually took me seriously. But I don't know what you mean, man. I like how SpaceX is using Starlink on their drone ships now. I wonder if they're actually going to get better footage for us. They already have, dude. Shooting for 0 degrees inclined here at 20. Good. It should be right over the location site. Perfect. Perfect. Everything is going real good here. Mission is nominal. Okay. Trajectory nominal. Alright, we'll switch back to the second stage here, which will put itself into a disposal. Okay. Hopefully we get, hopefully nobody intercepts my encrypted downlink of second stage telemetry. That would really stink. Here's your LOX cam footage. It might be a complex question, but here we go. How does an object stay in an orbit and not move elevation and eventually leave orbit or fall off the planet or moon? Gravity warps space and time, T-dubs, and that keeps it in place. With that being said, there is such things as orbital perturbations. So like T-dubs, the thing is that everything is falling back down towards Earth that's in Earth orbit to some extent. Our atmosphere extends past out the moon, but it exponentially falls off. So T-dub, you know, everybody's like, oh, the ISS, you know, the ISS has been up there for 20 years continuous. You know that they have to constantly boost its orbit, right? Yeah. Yeah, you have to constantly boost the orbit, or else it's going to fall back down. The ISS is experiencing aerodynamic drag, even at 400,000 meters. At 400 kilometers up, still drag, 270 miles, still experiencing drag. So, the long story short is, T-dubs, it does. Everything moves everything. So, like, when something is orbiting around the Earth, when the sun comes up, when you're the closest to the sun will pull you in that direction. Satellites need RCS like this. They need little thrusters on them to constantly combat this phenomenon. It's called orbital perturbations. This absolutely happens all over the place. So I know, like, in your head, you think it's like Kerbal where something just stays up there. Well, the reality of it is that no. The atmosphere is pulling it back down. And even then, if Earth didn't have an atmosphere, it would still get pulled back down. Earth's gravitational pull is non-uniform. It's non-linear. There are some parts of the mantle that are denser than other parts, and the gravitational acceleration is going to be higher there. That will eventually pull something back down. Heck, the moon. The freaking moon, dude. The moon has decaying orbits on it. They left an Apollo ascent module in lunar orbit, crashed into the moon. They left it there, crashed into the moon. There's a decaying orbit around there. Will things in the geo graveyard ever get pulled out from orbital perturbations? Eventually, it's going to take millions of years, but yeah. Thanks for the knowledge. Yeah. Nothing is like fixed up there, man. Everything affects everything. Heck, the ISS, when the moon comes near it, it'll pull it in that direction. Think about this. That happens down here. What do you think the tides coming in and out are? That's lunar gravitational pull pulling the water on Earth towards it. That's why the oceans shift back and forth. Heck, the moon is probably affecting Earth's tectonic activity to an extent. Probably negligible comparatively to just the plate tectonics themselves, but I guarantee you it's happening. If it pulls the water, it's definitely going to pull some solids with it, dude. It's wild stuff. Everything affects everything. Heck, you have gravitational pull right now. You just don't have a lot because you're not that dense of an object comparatively to this huge ball of molten rock hurling through space at 66,000 miles an hour. Space is crazy, dude. It is a crazy, chaotic place. Putting a satellite up in space would be like putting a buoy in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean and hoping it just stays there and hoping it just doesn't wash up on shore somewhere. Satellites have to do that. You can't chain to anything. It's not like a buoy that has like a weight that goes down to the bottom and it just kind of stays there. No. Can't do that. Satellites have thrusters to stay in one spot. Just like an oil rig on the water would have thrusters to stay over the oil well that it's drilling. Like a mile down. It's pretty nuts. Your mom has a lot of gravitational pull. Ugh! Space is nuts, dude. Okay. Four-hour 24, 3-hour 20. All right, we're gonna get there an hour before Scout does. So notice, I have 2 payloads approaching the moon going into different orbits right now. See, there they are. I timed it so one would approach before the other one. Okay, stand by for our circ burn. Opening up the tanks, pressurizing the engine. T-dubs, you want me to really blow your mind, dude? There is a satellite that NASA has around the moon called the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, LRO for short. We launched it in 2009. LRO doesn't have any reaction control systems. It doesn't have any RCS, but it stayed in orbit for 10 years. How's it done that? Well, it's found what's called a lunar resonant orbit. Instead of using the moon, which also has non-uniform gravitational pull, instead of using that to deorbit it like they figured out during the Apollo program, they figured out a resonant orbit that actually uses the lunar gravitational pull to boost the orbit and keep the thing in a nice stable resonant orbit around the moon. It's pretty nuts. So the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter is using those orbital perturbations to keep itself in orbit around the moon. It's been there for actually 12 years now. Space is crazy, dude. It's crazy. I like it. It's the most metal place I have ever heard of. There's stuff hurling around going thousands of miles an hour that make rifle bullets look like snails. Like this, it's a freaking chaotic and dirty place. There's a lot of stuff up there. Rocks, dirt, ice, all that crap's up there. It's great, dude. Such a cool place, man. I want to see it with my own eyes. Not gonna lie to you. Stand by. Almost done with the circ burn. Oh. Overburned just a little bit. I had it for a second. Technically, we're up there. But technically, you also knew exactly what I meant. Okay, there it is. Maintain stability. And ding. Okay. GNP2 is in a nominal orbit. We'll hand it over to Goliath National Products, and we will focus on our mission now. Let's get to the moon, baby. Can you see space? Sure. I mean, you can't visually see it. There's nothing up there. There's nothing. Like, I know our brains are wired to work like this stuff right here. You're holding atmosphere in your hand. That's nitrogen and oxygen. That's what this is. It feels like nothing. In space, there's actually nothing. There's no pressure. The only stuff that's up there is rocks, dirt, a couple of galactic cosmic rays here and there, and a couple of solar ionic radiation. Basically, the sun is a gigantic freaking power plant that we're floating around. I call it the fusion ball. And just like any power plant, it has an exhaust. Solar ionic radiation is the radioactive byproduct of the sun producing energy. Yeah, solar winds is what they're called. If you've seen Star Wars, anybody that's seen episode 2, solar winds, the solar sail and stuff. Yeah, you could use that if you want. If you wanted to call it that, that's cool. The sun is a deadly laser. So true, man. So true. All right, stand by for Scout 2 circularization around the moon. T-minus 23 seconds. We have ignition. Flight controllers are indicating a good solid capture here. Throttle down a little bit. Okay, stop the engine for a second. We need to wait till we get to parasynthian. Lowest point in a lunar orbit is called parasynthian. Or paraloon if you want to be technical. I mean, you could call it either one. The names are interchangeable. Space also has weather. Of course it does. Wind. Solar wind is weather, man. Okay, finishing up the latter parts of the burn here. Okay, we have good capture. 24 by 19. Scout 2 is in lunar orbit. Good mission milestone here. All right. Everything's looking real good here. It's a great mission. We'll shore up the orbit just a little bit. We are reading 0 degrees incline. Perfect. Perfect insertion. Excellent. 0 degrees incline means more or less we're following the equator of the moon. Okay, we got a little bit of a signal blackout here. Scout 2 waiting for it to come around on the other side of the moon here. And it's good. I want to follow the equator because my landing site is on the equator. And your face is the equator of the moon. Are you saying I have acne? Is there a jet engine on your lunar lander? No. This is a payload dispenser. I use the engine, the fan shroud nacelle as a payload dispenser. It's a cone that I can use for structural purposes that keeps the payload nice and secure on top of this thing. There's a decoupler below it somewhere. Yeah, see the decoupler right there? Yeah, I use it for structure. Okay, perfect 20-kilometer circular. Everything's looking good. No, on the bottom. That's a... No. This is a nose cone. It's a nose cone that I'm using as a thrust puck for my landing engine. Showing off with that 001 inclination. Yeah, it's quite good. Quite good. Everything is real good on this mission, Nasman. I'm actually pretty happy. Alright, we're going to do 1 to 2 more orbits here. You're not going to jinx anything, Nasman. I'm confident in the systems. We've proven that they work. I have 1300 Delta V. This next maneuver requires 600. I could literally send this thing right back up into space. And if I was smart enough to put a docking port here instead of a decoupler, I could fetch the science off of it. I made sure we had the margin for it this time. I made, like, absolutely sure. Okay. Scout 2 is on the far side of the moon here. We have reacquisition a signal through the Leopard 2 relay. We're going to start programming the landing burns here. It'll be 3 successive burns. That's usually how I end up doing this. First one will be a slight suborbital trajectory. 23-second burn here. T-minus 5 minutes until we initiate the landing burn on Scout 2. Scout 2 now repositioning itself for a retro burn here. Okay, we're in the correct orientation here. Stand by. What is it called? What did the Apollo program call it? PDI? Powered descent? Scout 2 is standing by for PDI. First burn will be a very quick burn here. Quick pulse of the engines.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Alright, Scout 2, PDI command initiated. 0.2% or 0.2 meters a second deviation. And hack, 3-month resub. Hello, please do not miss the burn. This would make me sad. Thank you. Okay. I didn't. Warmongrel, 1 year. Been watching the Beam VODs. Love it. Learn a lot too. Pretty cool that you can use those things to figure that stuff out. Beam is a good enough simulation that it can really teach it very well. Warmongrel, I'm glad you like them, dude. Okay, second burn here will be 326 meters a second. Actually, we can probably be better if we did something like that. And then you know what? I'll play the second maneuver by ear. It's better if I just pilot it myself. Should be getting a lunar sunrise here momentarily. We have 121 seconds left to burn. Time 1341 meters a second delta V on the vehicle. 200 meters a second. For the next burn, Scout 2 should be seeing solar rise here over the moon. Nothing. I switched off my targeting computer. Nothing. I'm all right. Stand by for the deorbit. Initiated deorbit. Okay, we've deorbit initiated. Okay, approach and landing burns. Stand by for the last burn. We're over the target. "74 seconds. We got plenty of fuel." Surface altimeter is activated. Gonna bring it down. Nice, easy spot here. 61-second burn time. System's looking good. Everything's looking good. 53 seconds left worth of fuel. Slight adjustment burns. Stand by for final descent. Chat is go. "1201. Roger, 1201. 1202. Copy. 1202. Touching it down. 80 meters at 14. Monoprop systems are off. Bringing it down. Descent is 6 meters at 1 meter a second. Okay, contact light. Scout 2 is down on the ground. Okay, engine stop. Saving onboard fuel tanks. Onboard fuel tanks are saved. Control. Scout 2 here. We're on the surface. Beginning monoprop safing system. Monoprop safing system is working. Getting a good signal downlink here from KSC. Relaying through the Leopard 2 relay. All systems are good. Actually, you know what? I should call this Tranquility Base. Scout 2 is down at Tranquility Base. Roger, Tranquility. We copy you on the ground. There's a bunch of guys turning blue down here. We're breathing again. 100% mission success, guys. %. Roger, Tranquility. We copy you on the ground. Perfect. And now I can use Scout 2 as a landing indicator during descent. All right, I'm gonna log some temperatures up here. Northwest crater. What? I already have it? That's right, I already had it. Huh. Maximum strength. Mission success. Yeah, great. I guess it counted launch site or site 3 as the northwest crater, damn it. Oh, we're not in a different biome. That sucks. I'm gonna get railed on the science return, but if the mission goes right, we could take this science back to Liberty Station and process it there. That's correct, Loopy. Yep. Perfect. Perfect mission. Really, really, really well, actually. Everything went real good. No magnetometer? No, I should have put a seismometer on this thing, but it's alright. We'll get a seismometer up with the lander. Alright, Luby. I'll see you on Wednesday, buddy. Okay. Initial reports coming back from the Scout 2 lander are reading a 2.8 degree tilt at the landing site. That is well within spec here for our new lander. Good. Everything is gravy here. Real good. Perfect. Kerbals can come down. We can rip some science off of this thing and bring it back. So, man, I remember when they put that in the game, dude. Yeah, Toothless, we could. Are you going to build a base here? Well, based off on how flat this is, I might build one right there. That's really flat ground over here, but I'm not going to go look at it. We'll just pretend we have cameras that can look at it. The legend. One of my personal heroes right there, man. I mean, yeah, like, he's everybody's personal hero, but... We'll take a picture from the lander. Oh, wow. I guess we are still in the northwest crater. That's Site 3, the landing Site 3 over there. We're at Site 2. One of the first astronauts you met with kindness, hands down. Yeah, this is a great landing spot. We could do good things here. So... this anomaly, the developers put in the game when Neil Armstrong passed away 9 years ago. Shoot, I remember when they put it in the game, dude. Anyway, they put it in the game, and this is Tranquility Base. That's the exact coordinates where, on the moon, obviously. That's the longitude and latitude for Apollo 11's landing. How do you tell the difference between moonstone and decoration? It'll have a different texture on it. Like how that has a different texture on it than that. See what I'm talking about? Let me see if I can find you a moonstone. That might be one right there. Nope. See, same texture. That's a scatterer stone. They're hard to spot, but when you find them, you'll know it. I don't want to scout around here too much. I want to leave that for the EVA. Yep, Neil's one of the legends. I mean, at least we still have Buzz. I mean, who knows for how much longer. I hope he's around when we get back to the moon. One of the things that this is stuff that keeps me up at night, because I care about this way too much. Gene Cernan, the last guy to set foot on the surface of the moon, he passed away a couple of years ago, and he never got to see us return. And that was one of the things he wrote about. I think it was in his book or in an article or something. Yeah, and that bums me out, man. And then there's that goddamn video arc. Oh God, that hurts so bad. Oh, it's like when your parents say, "I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed." It hurts. It's like, oh God, no. No. Ugh. I'm sure he knew we would return. Wait, which video? All right, let me find it. Hang on, I'm just filling out the mission log. Sawyer, this video sucks. This video sucks. I'm not going to tell you why. But I'm not going to tell you why, but I'll show you. Where is it? Where is it? Don't worry, it's just a very long URL. God, I don't want to watch it. I think this is it. Hold on. Yeah, you guys love the keyboard clacks. Don't act like you don't. Okay. I hate this. I hate doing this. I hate that this video hurts. It straight up hurts. Yeah, all right, just.
Just standing here, a little nostalgic, sort of gives me a chance to wonder whether this all happened in my life, whether it was a reality or whether it was a dream. Is that dummy in there with my name on really me? And I also stand here and I'm wondering what people are going to think. Not in another 40 years, but maybe another 100 years. Who knows? Maybe another 1,000 years.
Yep. I'm all right. That hurt a little bit, but I'm all right. That hurt a little bit, but I'll be okay. I'm all right. I'm all right. Thanks. Thanks. I hate it. Oh man. God. The hell are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? Low Earth orbit? For 50 frigging years? Ugh! What are we doing? Get your butt back to the frickin' moon. This is bullcrap. Yeah, Leahy, I know, man. That's why I show it, and it hurts. It hurts. Yeah, Rocket, we're going. We're going back. Yep. I remember seeing him at Space Fest play with a little kid who had no idea they were in the presence of greatness. Really was some. I wish I could have met him, NASA man, and I wish I could have met Neil as well. I met Charlie Duke, and it was a pleasure. I loved talking to him. I mean, I'm sure me and 1,000 other people could pick his brain all day about missions and stuff. Yeah. I mean, shaking the hand of somebody that's been out of low Earth orbit, like, and on another celestial body. It's kind of crazy. Kind of crazy when you think about it. Have you met Buzz? Nope, never met Buzz. Yeah, Pete. Really cool dude. Oh, frick that video, dude. Frick that video. That sucks. But, hey, it is what it is. This was the time I was getting a picture with Mike Collins, and the next thing I know, there's a hand on my shoulder. It's Gene coming in to say hi to me and Mike. Chills just thinking about it. Crazy. Oh, we gotta go back. It's so important. Oh my god. Want to feel better? Nah, I'm all right, man. I'll be all right. yeah, that's right, Paul. It's the green run. You link the green run. Nice. Yeah, no, we'll get there. We'll get there. We'll get there. We'll get there. The chain of events have been set in motion, man. This is that moment. You got a picture of it. You got a freaking picture. Of course you got a picture of it. Why wouldn't you? And I know, like, if anybody doesn't know me, it seems like tacky as hell. Like, I get it. But I tell you, it's pretty damn important to me. It's kind of one of those things that keeps you going. You know what I mean? You wake up in the morning and, you know, that's the kind of stuff, that hope, kind of, especially nowadays, we could all use a little bit more of it, I think. Keeps you going, man. Keeps you going. Click on the link, Jim. Trust me. It's worth it. We'll get there. We'll get there and we'll get back. Just like we'll get there by Saturday. We'll do it. It's doable. Totally doable. Man. Architecture is proven and ready to go, MGB, and we just picked out the landing site for Luna 3. We're going to send the lander out here. We're going to test it, and we'll get it back. a school bus, Pop Bear. Nice. Yeah, Clint, I know jokes and stuff, troll jokes and stuff, but yeah, no, I know. We gotta get up there, because if we ain't gonna do it, someone else will. And you know what? You want to know the honest to God truth? I don't really give a crap who does it. We have to push ourselves. We have to go out into the stars, man. We got to. Too important not to. What needs to be launched? The lander, transfer vehicle, and then another transfer vehicle. So we need the transfer vehicle for crew. So the transfer stage is already up there. The transfer vehicle is already up there. So we need the transfer vehicle. Transfer vehicle is already up there. Okay. So we need to send one lunar transfer stage up for the crew, and then another one up for the lander. And we're gonna send the lander out here. We're going to have the lander do a descent and landing test. It's going to land right next to this thing, unmanned. That's the mission on Wednesday. Well, providing we have the time. That's the mission on Wednesday. And once the lander works, we'll get crew out. Well, we got to send another stage out here to refuel it. Or who knows, it might have enough. If we do the math out right, we might have enough to just refuel it. We could redock it right to its tug if we have the right tug and we do the numbers out correctly. Might not have to do that. We'll have to go and do the math and check. If I could kill two birds with one stone in that regard, yeah. We only need to send the lander out here on a transfer once. So it's two transfer stages in the lander. And then a dart launch after that. I'm going to... Yeah, we're going to do the lander on Wednesday. So I'll get the lander up on orbit, and then I'll get a transfer vehicle up there as well. So we got to do 2 launches back to back. So... which sucks because Starship is that day. I might put up the... Well, it's 12:18. Everybody's going to sleep. Just in, Microsoft in talks to acquire Discord. Okay, what's the new platform, guys? If I swear that if they acquire them and I sign into Discord and they're like, link it with your Microsoft account, I'm gonna be like, nope, get out, nope, I'll shut down the Discord completely. Back to Skype, yeah, right. Back to TeamSpeak, yeah, true that. So we're gonna do the lander and the transfer vehicle on Wednesday. Yeah, I read about that on Wall Street Bets. No, thank you. Can we like not do that ever? We'll go back to Vent. Get off Vent or I'll have you bent. It's hilarious to me. Freaking Microsoft had Skype and they cornered the market with Skype, and then Discord came along and made Skype look stupid. And now Microsoft just wants to buy Discord because Skype is useless. Roger Wilco. Wow, that's going way back, RLK. So, Drummer, do you feel like coding a VoIP application like Discord? Want to make some money? If that acquisition goes through, we should make our own and integrate it with KrakenBot. You see, sure, Kappa, but did you see that price? Discord is going to Microsoft for the talks are supposedly for $10 billion. You want to join the Trace Comas Club for real? Once they get acquired, if they get acquired by Discord, man, no, dude, nobody wants that. Maybe make. I don't know. Either way. All right. Scout 2 was totally successful. Let's go back to the Space Center. Gilded is what it's called. We'll figure it out, Van. Don't worry about it. Let's not overreact. Pretty much is Anku. All right. I'm happy that first mission was good. Scout 2 went off without a hitch. Everything was perfect. And we got our stage back. And we ended up with 20 Gs more than what we had when we started by completing that contract. Perfect. All right. So I'm going to recover that. That's the stage vehicle, and then that's the payload vehicle. Recover that. Perfect. Hey, look at how much money we have. That's the number. That's the number, remember? You were pretty cocky the whole mission because I know I'm going to complete it. Oh, that's a great picture. You've made Elon proud. I think, NASA Man, the price of that mission was the fuel, an upper stage, and a payload fairing. And that's it. And that's the second time I've reused that booster. I got to go out and put 2 hash marks on that thing. Oh, we're looking for lunar polar there. Have I seen this? Yeah, I have seen that. Mm-hmm. Ugh. Gross. Alright, guys. Well, I'll see you guys on Wednesday, okay? I'll probably belt out for now. We could try to do that with the lander test or new moon station. That's not worth it. No, the hop is not happening on Tuesday. The road closures are for Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday. With our luck, when I go to try to launch 2 things on Wednesday, there is going to be a Starship, so yeah, it's probably gonna screw us up a little bit. Guys, I'll be here on Wednesday at 5 in the morning. I'll probably be on sometime around 4:30, which I don't know how I'm gonna reset my sleep schedule like that, but yeah, I'll figure it out. The next launch is a Starlink 23 at 5 in the morning. That's liftoff time, 4:58 on Wednesday morning. No stream tonight. It's Tuesday now. From where? Florida? Yeah, Brian, they gotta stop doing it to us. Hey. I ain't complaining, man. I remember, Sawyer, back me up. I remember when freaking the next launch was 3-4 months away, dudes. Never mind 3 weeks away or 3 days away. We watched the Starlink booster land last week. I remember when it took 3 months to freaking launch anything. This is great. I love every second of this, man. It never gets old. I ain't missing one. I'm not missing a launch. Screw that. Only 3 months? Yeah, right? Yeah, and sorry, that was during the shuttle program. Shuttle will launch every 3 months, right? This is during the damn shuttle program. After the shuttle, yeah, try it once a year. Yeah, hey, Neuro, what's going on? All right, dudes and dudettes. Let's see what we got here. Who is still streaming? Hurt's doing some Doriftu in Assetto. Let's go see what he's up to. He's doing the Dorifto. Is he there? Yeah, he's there. Okay, cool. Let's go see what my boy Hurt's up to. You guys, if you know Hoonigan, Hurt is a member of Hoonigan, and he works for them. He also streams on Twitch. He's drifting his car in Assetto right now. Go see what he's up to. I'm going to go over there. I'm going to ask him about Hoonigan's new burn yard, man. They bought a new warehouse, and they do burnouts in it. It's pretty cool. It's pretty awesome. Have a good night, guys. Let's go see what Hurt's up to, and I'll talk to you all on Wednesday, early Wednesday morning. I'm probably just going to end up streaming the whole day, let's be real. Probably some Satisfactory in the morning after the launch, and then I might take a break, get some sleep, a little bit, depending on what happens. I'm either going to cover the launch, go to sleep, wake up, and start at the regular time, or I'm going to try to sleep all night, wake up early, and stream the whole day. I'll figure it out. I'll see you guys early Wednesday, either way at 4:30, in preparation for the Starlink launch. Thank you very much for watching. Have a good night. I'll see you. And thank you. Sasha, say thank you. Good. Good, Sasha. Night, guys.